Testing, testing. sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and fans. We request your cooperation in supporting student athletes and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, derogatory comments, while they're exhibiting the actions directed at athletes and officials, team representatives or their fans will not be tolerated in our grounds for removal. We appreciate cooperation in creating a safe and positive game environment. Be loud, be proud, be positive.
They're going to stand there.
Here tonight's starting lineups, first for visiting IMG. Number 1, Zoe Berlander.
Oh, I guess they are doing lineups first.
Number 4, Morgan Santos.
All right, so go back.
Number 5, Iron Ripke.
They probably do it, eh?
Number 7, Chloe Rowland. Number 8, Emma
You
Chapman.
want to zoom in a little bit?
Number 11, Rin Segawa. Number 14, Issa Yolenza. Number 15, Emma Mabry. Number 19, Caitlin Dowlick. Number 21, Peyton Bridge. Number 24, Harper Todd. And in goal, number 22, Lulu Dockendorf. IMG is coached by Miss Allie Regan. And now the starting lineup for your Oceanside Land Sharks. Number 8, Gianna Hayes. Number 9, Ashlyn P. Number 10, Grace Repton. Number 11, Caden Clark. Number 12, LJ Finlayson. Number 14, Caitlin Force. Number 18, Maddie Scott. Number 21, Cameron Rosebach. Number 26, Hartley Kellett. Number 27, Hunter Rambo. Number 28, Tegan Scott. And in number 30, Sadie Paul Small. The long strokes are coached by Ashley McCullough, assisted by Beth Horgan.
They have a sign in the gym and it's like so yeah, popping it is like not really anything motivating.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask you to please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the audience to the Reef at Oceanside Collegiate Academy in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. As always, to my right, the coach, Chris Harrison, and to my left, we have a special guest. Our normal statistician, Marina Harrison, is on the camera in place of Angie because we have a very special broadcast tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We are doing a doubleheader. Our number 1 ranked girls team for the Oceanside Land Sharks is coming in with against IMG. Both teams, boys and girls, will play IMG tonight, coming out of Florida. I think Bradenton or somewhere down there. So we've got it's a very special night because it's senior night. We're going to honor a lot of seniors. There's a half a chance we're going to get a little choked up at some point as the Harrisons and myself, my wife Jean Marie, we both have seniors on the boys team. So we are thrilled to do this. And, Coach, welcome to a girls' game, something you know everything about. You've been watching it and coaching it for years.
I feel back at home. It's an honor to be here. We're so thankful for the girls' team having us and being able to do this for them. Most importantly, celebrating our seniors tonight. We'll be filling a lot of our airtime with some shout-outs and pictures and things about our seniors. But we do have some business at hand tonight. A strong IMG team coming in here from Florida, looking to sour the senior spotlight tonight. And we'll see if Oceanside can put a strong game together and come out of here with a win.
Thanks, Coach. And so I had a minute to sit with IMG coach Allie Regan. She's a second-year coach. It's a second-year program. So this is a very young program, very underclassman heavy or underclasswoman heavy. And they come in here 6-5. And a building program, and thrilled to make the trip up from Florida to be our guest here tonight. So with that, Tegan Scott, the Clemson commit, senior Tegan Scott, is going to take the draw. And we have no control just yet. We've got a whistle. It's going to be IMG controlled. Caitlin Borst knocks it free, but IMG comes away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in from the Florida audience. We're going to have a lot of numbers early on, and even for our own girls, we're going to get to know the roster as we move through this event. But we have a pretty good track record by the end. We're going to get it. There's a little bobble out in front, and it's going to be IMG ball. It's going to be whistled in. It's number 7, Chloe Rowland. Whistles it around to number 15, Emma Mabry. She comes around the net, takes a shot. Sadie Bell, our goaltender, junior Sadie Bell. She is equal to the task in net, and what a rock she's been all year for these Land Sharks.
Yeah, nice save. Goalies always like to get that first one on the board. Helps build the confidence, relax the shoulders a little bit. Oceanside going to have their first offensive possession here.
And number 9, Ashlyn Key, another senior. She wheels it behind the net. Here's Tegan Scott. Tegan Scott breaks the ice, darting in from the restraining line. Tegan Scott whistles one in at 10:42 in the first, and it is 1-0 Land Sharks just like that.
That was Caden Clark's set up back at X and finds Tegan Scott just charging towards the goal. Nice job.
Our girls come into this night tonight, Chris, with a great record. We haven't lost to a South Carolina team yet. We've played a lot of out-of-territory teams. We've dropped a couple up in North Carolina to Charlotte Latin. We dropped one to Weddington. We dropped one to Providence Day up there. But the girls are perfect here at home, coming off a 20-goal drubbing of Waccamaw the other night.
Scott got those orange cleats going to represent Clemson out there, it looks like.
Yeah, we're proud of our Tegan Scott. She is a highly decorated, highly recruited, obviously going to Clemson. We're going to talk a lot about her tonight, but a lot about all the rest of the seniors too. So there's Tegan Scott comes darting in, directing traffic. She pushes it out to Caitlin Borst. In front, Caden Clark whistles one high. The goal's backed up. Ashlyn Key's got it under the goalpost.
Borst making a nice pass above the heads of the defenders there. Caden turning, shooting just a little high.
Ashlyn comes in, drips it, drops it over to LJ Finlayson. LJ looking around. LJ coming off an injury. She's got that leg wrapped. Pushes it over behind. That's going to be Hunter Wambold behind the net. Back out to Lila Jane, LJ we call her. Out to Caitlin. Borst looking in. She's got some room. Borst, pay dirt. So Borst lights the lamp at the 9:51 mark. 2-0 lead, Oceanside. And the girls look like they don't miss a beat. I was at the game the other night, and it was a shooting gallery against Waccamaw. I think I mentioned it in the last night's broadcast. Even Sadie Bell played attack, and she scored a goal.
Gotta love when the goalie gets a goal on their stat sheet for their career. That's exciting.
My girl, Liliana Zarzaka, who normally plays defense in a backup role, she was playing a little bit of attack, and she got her first biscuit in the basket for her career.
It's always nice to say you had a goal in high school, college, whenever. So glad that the coaches set their team up to be able to make that happen.
And so few people get to participate in the athletics, and it's special no matter what you do. There's control by IMG, a whistle. And it's going to be IMG ball. Caden Clark hovering. You know, the toughest thing for me to get used to here, Coach, is there's a lot of people out there.
A lot more people and doing different things than we're used to talking about.
That is correct.
Pretty much the only common things are the ball and the goal. Everything else is very different from the boys' game. Oceanside moving back upfield here.
Feed over to number 10, Grace Recton. Grace wheels it behind the net to Caden Clark. Caden Clark out front to Borst. Borst dropped it out of the back of her stick. She had twine on her mind.
Caden just dishing from back there at X. Another nice look there, and the IMG defense just had that one a little better snuffed out.
Heavy defense. Lila Jane's got good wheels on her. She doesn't look like she's nursing that leg at all. She runs the field. Puts it out. Number 11 there. That's Rin Sagawa. Interestingly enough, a fun fact from her, she is from Japan, ladies and gentlemen. So she's a long way from home.
She wins the longest travel award.
Indeed she does. So I don't know if she's got family back in Tokyo, but hope they're watching. And if you are, feel free to drop us a note here in the chat box. We'd love to hear from Japan.
Nice job on Gianna Hayes with the turnover there, getting it to Sadie, who's going to look to get this cleared up.
Sadie Bell taking her time, looking, finding. She finds Hartley Kellett.
Little handoff there.
Yeah, handoff to Borst. They call her Beastie, and for good reason. And there, good save. Hunter Wombolt was all alone, one-on-one with the goalie, and the goalie snuffed it out.
Yeah, number 22, Lula Dockendorf. She maintained her cool, focused on that stick, made a great save.
Here comes the IMG clear. LJ hasn't played in a couple weeks, or, I don't know if it's, I think it's a couple weeks. She's been sidelined by that hamstring or hip flexor.
Tegan
she's
Scott
got wrapped up.
Picking up the drop ball and just makes a little bit of a high errant pass. Be a clearing attempt again for IMG.
There's a good stick check there by Ashlyn. They put the ball on the ground. IMG retains possession or control. Pushes it up to number 2. I don't have a number 2 on my roster. Little errant pass to 27, Anna Skoll.
She's going to step out.
She might have thought no one saw that, but they did. So here comes Beastie. She comes running up the field. Goes back, retreats. Drops one into Sadie Bell for distribution elsewhere. Back to Beastie. She takes off running the field. Eyes always upfield, these girls. Pushes it off to Wombolt.
And, Tony, what I love is they move the ball through the air rather than just trying to sprint it up and down. The ball moves much faster through the air than it does in our stick on the ground. And so far, Oceanside's been taking advantage of those quick clears.
And that is a trademark of any Ashley McCullough team. We're going to talk a lot about our coaches, both Ashley McCullough and Beth Horrigan, who run a fantastic program. They won state 2 years ago here. They got snuffed out last year, and they've got a little bit of a score to settle as they rampage their way through the South Carolina High School League on the road to state.
Little crisscross play there. Scott tries to go to Hunter Wombolt in tight, and Hunter just goes a little high and wide.
So there's a scrum for it in front of the net. Goalie kind of lost it in the air, and there's a whistle.
Yeah, good defensive play there by IMG. Sticks in the air, knocking those passes down. They're going to have a chance for a clear here. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left in the first.
I'm sorry, Coach.
No, you're good.
As a rookie parent to the game, my Liliana, this is her first year playing. She's a converted volleyball player to a two-sport athlete. for the first time, and we've had a great time getting to know this team and getting to know the coaches and really getting to know the game. It's a much more, the word I use is a much more polite game than the boys' game.
Yeah, well,
unless you're Tegan Scott, where she just bullies people.
And Tegan going for that low corner, just missing it. Goalie did a nice job eating up that angle as Tegan was coming across the goal mouth. And IMG had that backed up. We'll go back to your comment about the politeness here in a moment, Tony.
So here comes heavy pressure for number 24, Harper Todd, and that's going to cause a turnover. There's a rolling around for it. Ashlyn Key comes up with it. Hunter gets off the ground. She got dumped there. And it looks like we got a timeout.
Okay.
So timeout number 1 is an Oceanside timeout. I assume that's the same as the boys. They can only call it with possession.
That is correct.
All right. See, there's the third thing they have in common.
You're doing good.
Look at
doing
me.
Good.
Look at me. All right. So while we got a minute, let's talk about our coaches for a second. So Ashley McCullough has been the coach here for a few years. She comes to us with a steeped history. Get this. Do you know Ashley's history?
I've actually coached a little bit with Ashley, so
Okay.
but her history I'm not fully aware of.
Okay, so what a specimen we've got here. So W.T. Woodson High School in Fairfax, Virginia. Field hockey, basketball, lacrosse. 3-sport athlete. Holds the record for goals in a season at 110. And in a career, 240. So she's 3 state championships, 3-time state winner in Virginia. 1-time state championship in field hockey. So she's got 4 rings coming out of high school. 2-time high school All-American lacrosse. First team All-Met for lacrosse and field hockey. Northern Regional Player of the Year for lacrosse and field hockey. And a W.T. Woodson High School Hall of Fame inaugural member. So we've got...
I mean, I think she could have done more, right?
Yeah, right? I mean, I'm exhausted just talking about it. So...
we need a whole timeout just to go through that.
It's been great to get to know her and these girls throughout the year. We've had a pen explosion here. So Chris is wearing his Oceanside blue actually on his hands now. And then we've got Beth Horrigan, our assistant coach. She's a proud Baltimore native. She played at Maryvale Prep in high school, which is currently ranked 15th in the nation. Go Lions, Beth says.
Nice.
She played collegiate lacrosse at Marymount in Arlington, Virginia. She's an e-commerce professional for her day job. I think she likes this one better. She's coached ever since she graduated, and she doesn't want to put a number on that from what she told me. I couldn't beat it out of her.
So, #woman.
#woman, right. So we'll get back to getting to know our team. This is really fun for us. As the action starts again, Ashlyn Key's going to whistle it in from under the light post over there. And we're back to live lacrosse. Pushes it out to Caden Clark. Caden over to L.J. Finlayson. Pushes it over to Tegan Scott. Tegan feigns a pass, puts a little deke move on, moves to her left. Over to Caden Clark. And Caden does a backhand, underhand, backward dumper into the net for goal number 3. Land Sharks 3-0 at 4:13 to play in the first quarter. How about that move?
Beautifully done. Beautiful.
Caden Clark, one of a couple of sisters that play on the team. So her younger sister, Avery, is a goaltender and plays. She's pretty much a Swiss Army knife, Avery is, and a complete pistol for a personality. So, you know, as the father of a goalie, imagine when they call her Dave, defensive Avery, Dave. They call her Dave, which is hysterical. And she is, we'll be able to hear her scream through our headphones here as the game rolls on, as Dave warms up on the sidelines. Caitlin Borst comes away with, I thought she came away with it.
Well, she does.
She gets away with it. She's going to push it over to Hunter. Hunter Wambolt rolls into the zone. Little handoff there between, and L.J. Finlayson lights the lamp. I was going to say between L.J. and Caden, and L.J. lights the lamp. So we've got 4 different Land Sharks on the board for a 4-goal lead at 3:57.
Love to see the way this Oceanside team's spreading around the scoring. Looking great. They're just finding that person that's open. And I tell you what, we've seen some crafty passes, some inventive offense here so far.
The girls are very disciplined. They have a lot of fun. They enjoy playing together. You'd say we're a senior-heavy team. We're graduating a few, but the way Ashley builds this thing, she really gets quality minutes out of everybody in the program. And as the way this game rolls on, if the lead continues, we're going to see that bench empty out.
Well, and that's how you keep a strong team year after year. You know, you're not just leaning heavy on your seniors. You're getting other people in the game so they're ready to go in future years.
So Tegan Scott's going to take the draw. I don't have a 23 on my roster, so I can't tell you who that young lady is. I'm sorry. Tegan
I did
makes
hear
a back
Emma.
check. Okay, we'll call her Emma.
23's Emma.
Caden Clark wrestles for it over on the far sideline. Ashlyn Key comes in, puts a hip into number 14 there. That's Isla Lenza. Isla takes a seat for a minute, gets up, dusts herself off, doesn't appear to be affected by it. Rolls it over here to Grace Retchin. Pushes it back to Ashlyn behind the net. Now Hunter's got it. Pushes it out front. Caden was there to take the pass.
Clark coming across as a cutter, and I think that pass just a little bit behind her.
Over to Hunter behind the net, pushes it over to Ashlyn. Ashlyn, they're going to spin it around again. LJ up to Tegan. Tegan's going to look to maybe pass it off. Gets a nice pass in, and Caden had it in her cross and just couldn't come up with it. There's a race for the ball among a bunch of Land Sharks and a bunch of, what did you tell me IMG's?
The Ascenders.
The Ascenders.
So we had an over and back offsides there on Oceanside.
So
IMG will move the ball back up.
Number 5, Arwen Ripito. Again, sorry, I'm stumbling over the names. I'll get more comfortable as the game goes on. 2:25 to play. There's a turnover.
Nice ground ball by Beastie. She's going to work on getting it over midfield.
If there was a player on this team that would be akin to our man, the pickpocket, who just has a way of coming up with the ball, and of course I'm talking about Thomas Huffines on the boys team, it would be Beastie. I mean, she just is a ball vacuum. It's a good chance if the ball's on the ground, she's coming up with it. There's a nice back check by Ashlyn, gets the ball on the ground. Beastie comes up with it on cue. Tegan Scott pushes it out.
So far, IMG doing a really good job getting sticks up in the passing lanes. They've created quite a few turnovers by having their sticks up in the air and knocking down some passes.
Sophia Pion, she dices through a lot of traffic. And it's again, Coach, I'm sorry. It just seems weird to have someone run through that many people and not end up on their tookus.
Yeah, they're not getting beat alive as they're going through, right? A little stoppage of play. Refs are going to get everybody where they want them.
I noticed that in this game as well. They rearrange the furniture regularly. You go here, you go there. I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Well, Tony, I will say it's better than it used to be. There was a time that when the whistle blew, you had to freeze, and it was like a game of freeze tag. It was kind of ridiculous.
Tegan Scott toying with the defender there. In and out, in and out. Beastie looking for the feed to Tegan, and Tegan corrals it. She bobbles it and dumps it in. Tegan Scott, what I think is her second goal.
It is, correct.
All right, so that's Tegan's second tally of the day for a 5-0 Oceanside lead, 51 seconds in the quarter.
Nice job on Tegan, kind of cleaning up her bobble there. And I think that was Beastie that found her cutting in.
Of course it was. Of course it was. So, yeah, the assist, Caitlin Borst. So they're going to reset out here for the draw. Tegan's going to work her way in. I'm fascinated by this draw. I actually like the way they do this, having seen it for the first time this year. You know, it's one thing when our guys are down there banging into one another, but there is some real skill to this pop shot, whatever they call this here, where you dig it out of there.
Similar to the boys, they even have a stick head that's made for draw control players. It's really turned into a specialty just like we do have in the face-off in the boys game.
There's a pass into LJ Finlayson. She's going to run it down. She's going to push it off to Hunter. Hunter's got a bunch of traffic. Blue jerseys collapse in front. And she pushes it out to Tegan. Tegan calls a play.
Tony, I know we talked about it before. Just great job, these Oceanside girls with the head up looking for the pass. Just not taking too many steps before they're thinking who's open, who's in a better position than I am.
Yeah, and again, that's an Ashley thing. Here's Tegan. Tegan lights the lamp, and there's her hat trick with 10 seconds left. So we may see a sombrero or two here in this game. So for those watching that don't normally watch us do the boys' games, a hat trick is obviously 3, and that's as old as the sports. But we have named, if you get 6, we call it a sombrero.
And we have no good explanation for why. It just seemed to make sense.
Well, we are.
It's a large hat.
It is a large hat. So if a regular hat is a hat trick, then you need the biggest hat you can have, which is a sombrero. So Tegan will stand at the dot for the draw control. And I don't think it matters what head she's got on her stick. She's going to do what she does. We're going to talk again more about her during the break here as we start our parade of seniors and a little bit on each one of them.
Referee having trouble getting these girls clasped together.
There's a lot of leverage there, a lot of leaning. Ball goes up. Tegan pops it to herself, pushes it over to Beastie. Beastie's going to push it into the zone up to Lila Jane. Lila Jane looking for somewhere to go with it, makes a little deke move, gets around, and Lila Jane pushes it on net at the gun or at the whistle, and that's going to be your quarter. It's going to be 6-0 Land Sharks. Going to be 6-0 Land Sharks heading into the quarter here. And what do you think, Coach? Should we just roll a roulette wheel? Why don't you pick one?
No, you said Tegan. Let's talk about Tegan.
All right, let's talk about Tegan. So Tegan Scott is obviously a senior. She's the most decorated of our team. She's got scoring records galore. I do have a little blurb on Tegan, but the first thing I'm going to say is that she is the only player here that plays for the English national team.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's too many high school players that do that.
Yeah, now apparently they have a player on the IMG team, Zoe Berliner, number 1, that plays for the Hong Kong national team.
As an eighth
grader. But Tegan, as a senior, is playing for the English national team. Her mother, of course, is our vice principal here, Beth Shackle-Scott. And she just was over there during the break. We had a week where the girls didn't have a game here. They had a trip get canceled. So what does Tegan do? She flies to England, and she scores 5 goals against the U23 Czech national team.
I think I saw she had 10 points over her trip across the pond. Pretty impressive for your first go-around playing world lacrosse.
Yeah, so while we're doing this, so it's Tegan Scott. Her parents are Beth and Dale. Coach Beth also, not just our vice principal, she also coaches the girls team, though almost a lower state title this year. We talked about that during one of our broadcasts. She started playing on Long Island when she was in first grade, so she's been doing this for a long time. Her favorite moment was winning states. She, as we talked about, is going to Clemson University to study business and play lacrosse. She's got a full scholarship via Clemson Tigers, so she'll be playing in their brand new $37 million facility this time next year. And she's, as she states, she's a member of the England women national team. So pretty sharp resume for our Tegan Scott.
I had the pleasure of coaching Tegan for a couple years, and I'll tell you, there's only once in a while you see a talent like that come through. She's all business. Sometimes, you scratch your head and say, is this kid too much business? But it has definitely worked out for her. Great girl, great family. So proud of her, and can't wait to see her represent Clemson at the next level.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty special. We've got a lot of boys and girls. We pump a lot of kids into Clemson and South Carolina here out of Oceanside. For our little 650-kid school, we certainly push a lot of athletes to the next level to become one of that 5%. We always talk about the privilege of being part of that. It's almost expected here, but it's so rare, on the national picture.
What's really great, Tony, is each year we're seeing more and more local products that are going on to play at the next level, and I think that's just a testament to the improvement that we've had in lacrosse in this area, both with the players, the coaching, just the level of coaching, the types of coaches that we're getting in here. People want to, obviously, South Carolina is a great draw, especially the low country area, but we're really attracting some strong players, strong coaching, and it's leading to some amazing things for these kids as they take the next step.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, and they're doing it the right way. We've got a great coaching staff with all of our sports, and there's the draw, and guess who comes up with it? Caitlin Borst goes darting down the field. She backs out, gets it to her buddy Tegan Scott. Tegan makes an athletic play because that's what she does. Pushes it over to Grace Retchen. She's going to pause for a minute. She pushes it around to Ashlyn Key. Ashlyn Key out to LJ. LJ surveys, looking for somewhere to go, puts a foot in the ground, flips it over to Beastie. There's a lot of traffic in front. Beastie backs out with it. She dishes it to Tegan. Tegan clanks one off the post. So,
I mean, the movement on Oceanside's offense, you could have drove a truck through that center gap that Tegan came through. Just beautiful movement.
It all starts with the setup there, but from LJ over to Beastie, and then she just picks and chooses. And, Tegan's a tall target running through the middle there, stick up. There's a feed in front, and Grace can't handle it. It's going to roll all the way out to midfield. It's going to be controlled by number 11, Rin Sagawa, the young lady from Japan.
And
she puts it on the ground.
She's fast. She has a motor.
She took off. There's a whistle, but no stoppage. I find that interesting about this game as well. I think the referees like to be heard, and they can just blow it at any time.
It's the only game where whistle kind of doesn't mean stop.
Yeah, usually we come up in sports and you play to the whistle. These guys ignore the whistle and keep going. If they whistle multiple times, I guess that means you should stop.
Right.
All right, so IMG is going to try and set up some offense here with a blank on the scoreboard here. They're going to see if they can get on. They've got some kind of organized offense cooking here now. And there's going to be a flip to number 20. That's Charlotte Harris. Harris is going to back out with it, dish it back over to 21, back inside to number 4. That's going to be Morgan Santos. Santos pushes it over to, I've got that glare from last night. I can't see. Number 2, I don't have a roster slot for there. And there's Zagawa. She's dicing around in front. How she got through all that, I don't know. Puts it on the ground, comes away with an IMG ball, pushes it up back up to 24, Harper Todd. Todd pushes it over to 2. What'd you say her name was, Emma?
No, we don't have a name. We don't have a 23, and I thought I heard someone yell Emma.
And there's Sadie Bell. Sorry, Coach. Sadie Bell answers the bell at point-blank range. So Coach stepped away from the microphone. Ashlyn Key takes a roll on the ground. She lost her headgear. She comes back at it. So Ashlyn's going to whistle it in here from the edge of the restraining box. Referee's got hands up, stop. Even I know what that means. Pushes it inside to Beastie. Got all sorts of grass and room and looked like she was going to shoot. Decided not to. And am I correct, Coach? You're not allowed to, drill it with someone right in front of you?
You cannot.
Okay, so that's frowned upon or it's illegal?
It is illegal.
Okay, fair enough. There's a dish in front. Ashlyn Key had the whole crease to herself. Moves the ball over. Back out to Tegan. And Tegan is the one girl on this team that will take a full step down when she has the opportunity.
If she has the space, which is rare in the women's game. I'll have a turnover here on that errant pass.
I've seen her do it, and I know the girl's stick is not as accommodating as a boy's stick for high velocity.
It certainly isn't.
But I'll tell you, her technique is generally flawless. Now the goalie's out of net there, and she's got Anna Skoll. She's got Hunter pasted all over her.
Charlotte North of Boston College fame really got the girls' step-down shot more popularity. She really learned how to use a female lacrosse stick like a male stick.
That's got to be a skill that comes in handy, especially when you're playing at Boston College.
One of the most decorated players in college lacrosse, and I know she's still very active between commentating and everything else. She did a clinic here in town one time. I know a lot of the girls really thought that was cool to meet her.
That's pretty special. You know, we have an event here every year at Oceanside, and it's part of the reason that our lacrosse lines, we joke about it and say they're orange because Clemson plays one game here against Jacksonville every year. We host that game at Oceanside. And to my knowledge, Clemson's come up with the win both times. We've had it for the last 2 or 3 years, and I'm pretty sure Clemson gets the better of that tilt. But it's pretty cool to watch the orange bus roll up here to our little school in Mount Pleasant.
Yeah, real neat to see that.
There's a pickoff by Tegan Scott over to Caitlin Borse. Borse is running the field. She's going to push it up to Caden Clark. Going to be our next senior highlight. Remind me of that.
What a save, number 22.
Outstanding effort. There's a lot of bouncing around with it. And that's going to be IMG comes down with it. Number 14, Isla Lenza. Isla pushes it up. Pushes it into 21. Peyton Bridge. That's a new name. Haven't called that one yet.
Caden led Ashlyn Key on that shot like a quarterback leading a receiver. And, boy, the goalie, Lula Dockendorf, just stayed so calm in knocking that shot down.
Well, Caden Clark, I have to say, if I'm not supposed to be biased because I'm a commentator, and when I put that hat on, we're supposed to be pros out here, but we are a couple of dad hacks. And when we moved here, the Clarks moved in right down the street from us over in Dunes West, and I got to know Josh and Jenny and Caden when they were young. And there is Sadie Bell with another save, preserving the shutout.
And Rin Sagawa shooting across her body, just missing that far left post. And Oceanside had that backed up, so it'll be a turnover.
So we're going to come out of the zone. Sadie Bell runs the clear as good as anyone. Quarterbacks it there. Long fly ball down the field. Drops a dime on Beastie. Borst is going to run it down over to Scott. Scott's going to back out, let everybody get settled. Very disciplined team we have here at Oceanside. Again, there's the opportunity to go to the cage on a fast break like that, and they pull it up and they run the play.
They just all look like they know what the business to be done is at hand.
Caden couldn't handle the pass from Tegan there. Back behind to Tegan.
Great ground ball by Grace Recton there.
Grace scoops it up. Tegan's behind the net, quarterback, and now she darts in front. She's looking to score. She does her best Carter Gregory impression, or maybe Carter Gregory does his best Tegan Scott. I don't know how that one's going to.
I think we could take that one. We could take that one either way.
Yeah, I think you could take that either way. Two incredibly talented offensive players, and she turned and ripped. And again, she is the closest thing we have to using that women's stick in a male stick fashion.
So White got caught off sides. It'll be a turnover.
So everybody's going to hoof it down. Number 10 for Schumacher, Charlie Schumacher. It's a cool name. Over to Sagawa. She drills it in. That's number 27 with the ball there, Anna Skoll. Skoll pushes it behind. With this many people on the field, I mean, skip pass seems to be pretty popular here.
Yeah, you definitely have some extra bodies, and the girls tend to. We have an 8-meter arc and a 12-meter fan. The girls tend to stand a little bit outside that 12-meter to move the ball around and then slowly collapse their way in.
Very methodical. There's Sagawa. She goes for a shot, gets denied.
Boy, Sagawa put herself in a great spot there. I didn't see who made that defensive play, but nice job by Oceanside.
And she is a little small in stature, but she plays big. There's a feed in front. All Tegan Scott on defense there. You got to love to see that.
I think Sadie Bell may have had a little bit of a tip there. She's going to argue she was pushed out of bounds from behind.
She's going to win that argument.
Now, this is tough because she has to bring this ball in. Oh.
Apparently she does not.
She does not.
She has she used her past champions provisional there.
Right.
And there's a nice pick by 27, Anna Skoll. She's coming in. Sadie Bell says, I'll get it out of here. Don't worry about that. There's another pickoff by number 2 who we don't have on our roster. We will find that out at the quarter, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm so sorry to that family. There's a scrum for it. Beastie takes a stick from behind. There's a whistle that said stop.
We're going to have a yellow card. First one of the game. The ref thought she got a little too heavy into the backside.
Now, do they play woman down here?
They will.
They will. So she's going to go to the sin bin.
It's going to be 2 minutes.
And there's Sagawa. She knocks off the pass from Beastie. And there it is. And they are on the board.
And number 2
and
with the goal.
Number 2.
And unfortunately, we can't even say her name.
I'm so sorry. So number 2 takes the feed from Sagawa and gets IMG on the board for a 6-1 tilt in Oceanside's favor.
And Tony, we just, I think I've said it, this is going to be the third time now. IMG sticks in the air, knocking down passes, leads to their first goal, which was shorthanded.
Fundamentals.
Great job. Charlie Bell. So number 2, Charlie Bell, congrats on your goal. We apologize to Charlie's family. Huh? Charlie Bell.
Like we have a Sadie Bell and it's Charlie Bell.
Oh, boy, that's going to get... Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I was just about to say that. I know I called a Charlie name before.
Again, everybody, we're rookie dads.
See,
Bear with us.
Charlie Bell Ladd, it says 46 on our roster, so she's actually number 2. Okay. So that generally, when teams are traveling, that means somebody left a jersey in the hotel.
Could be. Could be.
Okay, and the parents can all chuckle about that.
We've all been there before.
We've all been there before. All right, so number 10, Charlie Schumacher, not to be confused with Charlie Bell.
We just got our first card for Oceanside. Number 9, Ashlyn Key, got a little hacky here at midfield.
Not Ashlyn Key.
She's going to go serve her penance.
So it is a spirited matchup. These girls came to play, and they got themselves in a hole, but they've really kind of leveled the ship here in this second quarter.
Yeah,
Coach.
the second quarter scoring was quiet up to that shorthanded goal. We got a body down here on the field, and some good sportsmanship, making sure all's well.
That's going to be Sophia Peon, and Sophia is going to take a roll on the Oceanside Reef turf here. Back to Sadie Bell. All the bells are ringing.
Lots of bells in the house.
There it is, and there's Caden Clark, and Caden's going to go running up. And again, we're going to talk about Caden at the break here. There's LJ Finlayson, and she lights the lamp, takes the feed from Caden Clark to LJ Finlayson, and she gets it in the cage. So just as we said that IMG was righting the ship here, Oceanside says we'll talk about our ship any way we want, and we'll make it 7-1 with 1:17 to play in the half. We've got kind of a magnificent day for this out here.
Beautiful.
I mean, it was just an incredible day. We've got big puffy white clouds. We probably have 75 degrees, a light breeze coming out of the west.
And that cloud cover really helping our camera.
It is.
Which is nice. As we say that, out comes the sun.
Yeah, it's going to go behind another one here shortly. So we're going to, again, sorry about the glare. We get a tremendous sheen. And for those folks watching that don't know, that big construction site in the back is the home to our future athletics center here at Oceanside Collegiate Academy. So we had a bunch of trees that would cut down on the glare, but they're all gone. So there's a scrum for the ball. Caden Clark can't pick it up. It gives an IMG ball. There's a stick check by Beastie, puts it on the ground. Another meaningless whistle.
So that whistle, Tony, for everyone at home, is going to mean somebody checked across the opponent's body. That's a no-no.
Once again, frowned upon. There's a feed inside to 15. That's Emma Mabry. Emma puts it on Sadie, and Sadie Bell says, I'll take it.
And number 8, Gianna Hayes, just doing good, playing some basketball defense there, getting her body in front and tying up that shot.
So we're going to have it in the offensive zone here.
So it's funny. I wasn't sure if I saw what I saw, but it turns out I did. Number 10 grabbed Caden Clark's jersey as she was running down, kind of like we see in the NFL sometimes. And the referee caught it. Caden's going to get a little bit of a free in here from the 12. And we probably have Oceanside lining up for a last shot here. 20 seconds left in the second.
And the clock is rolling. And here we go. LJ's out in front. Oof. LJ takes a big hit. I didn't think I was going to say that. But that was a pretty good collision in front.
We're going to have a yellow card for that. Just a little too much contact there in the middle. Lila Jane moving with pace coming across. 8 seconds. We're going to have an 8-meter shot. I think this is our first 8-meter of the game.
I love it when they do this. They kind of wind up and choke up on the stick like a batter in the batter's box. I've noticed that all
You get a lot of different styles.
Yeah, look at Caden. She looks like she's standing at the home plate getting ready to drill one. A lot of swinging and a full swing. Goalie answers the call. And I can hear Jack Kelly in my ear going, hey, shoot it at the white part. Shoot it at the white part. Hey, it's probably going to go in.
So a lot of different schools of thought on the 8-meter shot.
So that is going to be, yeah, I love that 8-meter shot. And again, that's where you see Tegan take a full step down.
Yeah, see, and being a former goalie coach, I would argue there that I think some of the advantage is getting your body moving toward the goalie as you're shooting, because it makes it harder for the goalie to follow the ball. But because these girls have become such strong shooters now and having much more control over the ball, they're able to do more of that kind of step-down look from the 8-meter.
Agreed. So while we have time and we could probably get a couple of them in here, we're not going to get our normal halftime break here, Coach. We got to get through the seniors.
We got to do it.
And we're going to do a lot of talking tonight, so we'll rest in between games. So let's go to Caden Clark. And again, selfishly, I'm not supposed to be biased, but I have an incredible soft spot for the Clark family. So Caden sends me the note, says, "Hi, Mr. Tony, it's Caden Clark," because I sent an inquiry out to all of them. Josh and Jenny, of course, are her parents. She wants to make a special shout-out to Mom, Dad. Izzy, their oldest daughter, plays club softball for South Carolina. Izzy, Dave, which, of course, is Avery.
Dave.
Grammy, Grampy, and Mammy for being my biggest supporters. She's played lacrosse for 7 years. She's from Beantown, Boston, Mass native. And Josh, her dad.
Josh.
Her favorite memory is when they beat Bishop England next month. I love it. And if you know Caden, that's the kind of sass that you get from a Clark. Her plan next year, she will attend Clemson University. She'll be a poli-science major on a pre-law track. And her fun fact, some of them gave them to me, some of them didn't. She's been to all 50 states.
Well, that's awesome.
That is awesome. The Clarks are well-traveled. They've been all over the place. They vacation as a sport, as a unit.
And another house divided.
They've got a Clemson Tiger and a Carolina Gamecock. So I assume they're retooling their wardrobes for the middle child. I guess we'll see.
Is there any orange and red schools out there? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. So we shall see. But so that's Caden Clark. And then let's go to Gianna Hayes. Let's see if I can find her. Gianna Hayes. So Gianna has got a very interesting resume. Her parents, Ryan and Angela, she started playing lacrosse in 4th grade, and she lived in Colorado before they moved here. Her favorite moment was winning states as a sophomore. She goes to cosmetology school at Paul Mitchell while she attends Oceanside. So there's a whole thing that goes on there. And she's also an outstanding rugby player. The Hayes family is a rugby family. Boys, girls, the oldest son, I can't remember what his name is, so I'm sorry, Ryan and Angela, but he is a stud for the Clemson rugby team. And he plays with Tucker Swisher and soon-to-be Tanner Swisher, and the Clemson has a very powerful rugby program out there. So that's the Hayeses. Ryan and Swish, actually, they do our job. They broadcast all the Clemson rugby games. So I forget, they have it coming up this weekend. They're going to Clemson. They're going to do something like, now the games are only 20 minutes long.
Right.
So, but they're going to do something like 17 games.
Wow.
I don't know where they go for spit. So, who's our next senior? Let's roll the dice.
You just want me to pick?
Yeah, pick.
Let's go Morgan.
Morgan. So let me pull up her. Morgan. No, I don't have. She didn't respond to my message.
All right,
but
well,
I
we'll
do
come
have
back.
something on Morgan because I am fully prepared with a plethora of paper. And
We are not environmentally friendly.
so
here.
number 2, Morgan McPherson. Morgan's been a 4-year varsity member of the lacrosse team as an attacker for the Land Sharks. She's been a core member of the lacrosse team and helped build the program to what it is today. This is Coach Beth's bio. We're going to hear it again at halftime with the presentation, but you and I are going to be walking with our boys. So,
Right.
her favorite memory is winning the state championship her sophomore year. That's a common theme here. She's also a member of the cheerleading squad for football. So we see her cheer. So she cheered on a 2-time state champion football program. She's a member of the National Honor Society, and she will also be wearing Clemson orange in the fall and plans to study bioscience. And we can't wait to see what she's going to accomplish for us. So, Morgan, thanks so much for your contribution as an Oceanside Land Shark. We are proud of you.
How about Caitlin?
Caitlin Borst, beastie. Let's see. I know she sent me something. 1 second. How do you spell Caitlin? With a C or a K?
K-A-T or K-A-I-T.
No, can't find it.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So, Caitlin, I got a Caitlin Wilkerson. That's not her. I got a, let's see.
Oh, wait a minute.
Caden. Longbolt, Tegan. Nope, I don't have a Borst here.
Wait, is it because Beastie's a junior?
Oh, yeah, she's a junior.
So we're talking about Caitlin Wilkerson.
So we're talking about Caitlin Wilkerson. Well, that solves a lot.
Sorry, everybody.
And I know she sent me something. But I'll have to find it. But anyway, number 6, Caitlin Wilkerson. They call her Wilkes. She's been a 4-year varsity player. And that's largely because we don't have a JV team. So they're all 4-year varsity players. But it sounds great. She's been a leader for us on and off the field on the defensive end, and she's brought a lot of positive energy. She's one of those spark plugs. Her favorite memory is winning states her sophomore year. She's going to miss the friendships that she made with her teammates, and she will also be attending Clemson University. We've got a trend going here, and she'll be studying biological science as well, and we can't wait to see what Caitlin's going to bring to us.
Got a lot of slackers on this team.
We do.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I guess we'll get to the rest of them as we get through the game.
All right. I got paper flying everywhere. It's a ticker tape parade, and we'll just see Marina, what footwork she's got. Marina in her wedge heels running down the Oceanside Reef turf here. Okay. There we go. All right. So we are just about ready. 20 seconds away from live lacrosse again. And that's going to conclude our senior spotlights for the time being. So we're sitting here at 7-1 Oceanside over IMG. A spirited matchup. And there's the horn. Tegan Scott having a nice little chat with the referee out at the dot. Girls in no particular hurry to get going here. The IMG faithful, they traveled well. The IMG faithful has come up from Florida. We've seen a bunch of them out here. Our boys are starting to gather as they've all showed up for pregame. The boys' game will be coming to you. So the program here, ladies and gentlemen, to remind you, is going to be, so stay with us, is after this girls' game, immediately following, we will celebrate all the seniors. We will put the camera into a stationary mode. We'll put the camera in a stationary mode, and we will do the halftime celebration. There's Tegan Scott darting down the field, and what a stride she has. Tegan dishes it to Caden. Caden opens the half of feed from Tegan Scott to Caden Clark, and Caden rings the bell for the second time for her today, and that's going to be 8-1 Oceanside. So just like that, I'm not sure what halftime adjustments were made, but I'm going to guess that Coach Ashley's going to win that. Tegan back out at the dot after that huff downfield. These girls are in tremendous shape.
It's a big field to run.
It's a lot of field to run, and boy, do they They haul after it. Oh, no, that was Caden Clark. Yeah, Caden Clark scored that goal in a feed from Tegan Scott. So Tegan in a battle for it out there. Some whistles. It's going to be IMG ball. Over to number 21, Peyton Bridge. There's a scrap for it. Tegan Scott says, I'll take it, and they say, no, you won't. And then it's whistled dead, and it's going to be Oceanside ball coming back the other way. Over to Beastie.
Tegan with a nice controlled check there for the turnover.
Ashlyn Key darting down the alley with it.
Ashlyn looking for a little revenge. Goalie made a great stop on her earlier. Looks like we have a goalie change in net. Emma Davis in there now. Aggressively coming out to play the ball and picks it off.
And we've got a land shark down on the field, and that's Ashlyn picking herself up over there. That's the second time.
Yeah, Ashlyn's not liking the goalies today.
Yeah, that's the second time she's ended up on her rump on the turf. The goalie playing keep away there. Now you've got Tegan Scott wide open, and she drifts one toward the net, and she was looking for Grace, and Grace couldn't quite get on it. Now you've got IMG darting up the sideline here. There's number 14, Isla Lenza. She's going to run the field with it. I assume there's a feed coming. Pushes it over, a little bobble there. So hard to control that ball in these sticks. For those that don't know and watching for the first time, the women's stick is very shallow. There's not much of a pocket to speak of. I don't think the ball sinks in there to the equator, does it, Coach?
No, girls stick, the ball must kind of sit level with the top rail on the stick. So, as I say, it's a little bit like a tennis racket.
Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it.
It's not quite that extreme, but I know when you start young with these girls, it feels that way.
Well, when you look at the technology and the sticks that we have, boys, girls, and otherwise, I mean, we're a long way from the wooden sticks of the indigenous peoples game that invented this thing.
And the rules for girls have certainly helped too. It wasn't that long ago that girls weren't allowed to use mesh in their sticks. And the ability to use mesh has certainly helped the girls' game as far as cradling and things like that go.
Yeah, and you see, in the boys' game, you see now we got one of those penalty shots coming up, right?
And we're going to have an 8-meter shot here from IMG. I didn't see the infraction.
There's a tip, and just high, 21, push it. Peyton Bridge, she had the net, and she just pushed it a little bit high, maybe 8 inches over the crossbar, high, wide to the right.
So IMG opting for the pass instead of the direct shot there. Almost had it, just a little high.
And you've got Sadie Bell in net. Sadie's a tall young lady. I mean, she's standing there, and she stands about 5'8". I may have that wrong, but I mean, she's her noggin's not far from that crossbar at 6 feet. There's a little bit of a wrestling match out there. And there's going to be another kind of free play coming in here. That's 5, dishes it in. There's a turn to a little muffin shot onto Sadie Bell. She eats that for a snack.
Great save. Calm, clear.
Pushes it out to Beastie. Beastie's got multiple ascenders on her. A lot of blue shirts. A meaningless whistle. They move on. I don't mean that in a demeaning way, but I mean, it's just...
I mean, what offensive player is going to stop there when they have the advantage that she had? Right. So she just chooses to keep going.
Yeah. It's a mental incongruency when the whistle blows and no one stops. It's kind of like in our house when I tell people to do things and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, like take the trash out?
Yeah, things like that.
Right.
It's just almost as if it didn't occur. So there's a feed up top, and that's going to be Sagawa. She's going to drive in. She pushes it over 21, over to 20. That's Harris. She loses it to Sadie Bell. Sadie Bell is not afraid to run the field.
She is not.
An aggressive young lady.
Nice ground ball played by her there, working on getting this ball upfield.
She pushes it out to Beastie. So Beastie would be in the role of like an AJ for this.
I was just you literally took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that Beastie looks familiar to me, and I was going to make that connection for any of our boys viewers watching and listening, AJ Zarzak is kind of our guy that's just all over the field doing everything, and Beastie looks like the female version of that.
Yeah, and when it comes to where's the goaltender going to go with it, just like Gavin, the first thing he does when he gets the ball is he looks, where's 33?
Looks for 33, definitely.
Right. And I think Sadie Bell's looking for, because by then, the way the team's structured, Tegan is already darting downfield because she's going to take the feed from Borst.
And again, IMG with those sticks up, knocking the ball down.
Everything collapses down low inside, and IMG comes away with it in 28. Carson Robbins, she goes darting up the field, pushes it over to number 2, back over to number 23. I don't have on my roster.
23, Emma. We know Emma.
That's right, 23 Emma. And here comes thought there was going to be a shot, and it didn't happen.
And that's going to be a no-no. Tegan's going to have to go behind, and I think we'll have an 8-meter shot here. Number 7, Chloe Rowland.
Tegan is pleading her case to no avail. So Rowland's going to take the shot, waiting for the whistle. Referees are backing some people out. Very, very disciplined this is. There's the whistle. There's the shot, wide right.
Backed up by IMG. They'll retain possession. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left in the third quarter.
Game trucking by. Oceanside 8-1.
We have a long whistle and a timeout. IMG. That's great. Gives us some time to get back to our seniors.
Who's next? So it's going to be Ashlyn Key. Now, I know Ashlyn sent me something. I remember reading it.
I can't imagine Ashlyn not sending you something.
No.
She's got no shortage of things to say.
She was on top of it. She was on top of it. So Ashlyn Key, she sends me Mr. Tony. Parents are Kylene and Brian Sewick. I don't know if I murdered that name or not, but if anyone watching specials out there, she wants a shout out to her grandparents and relatives there. She's been playing lacrosse for 7 years. She didn't tell me where she lived before here, so I guess she's a Charleston native. I don't know.
Might be.
I don't know. Her favorite moment is, anybody guess? Winning states. Her plan, she's going to finish out the school year and graduate.
I'm sure her parents are happy to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sure the folks are thrilled to hear that. She's going to enjoy her summer, and then she's going to study political science at South Carolina. So we've got a break in the Clemson streak, and we've got a Gamecock. I'm going to save her fun fact because she says if it's absolutely necessary, I'll tell you what it is. So she told me, and we'll see if she does something special during the game.
Okay.
She's already, she's a physical player. She's been bouncing around out there. So
well, I'm putting that on you to remember.
I'll remember. So up next, we got.
I don't think we have time, but we have 2 more seniors. We promise we'll get to you. We're not going to forget about you. 8-1, 5:26 left in the third.
Outstanding.
And we have a nice heavy cloud blocking that sun, which is really helping our filming.
Our picture's going to be great. You see we got the blow-up shark mouth out here. We've got a balloon halo that the kids are going to walk through or run through. Or I'm anxious to see and be part of the choreography here at the half. I started to say earlier, and Coach Chris dropped his headset to run on the field because there was 3 balls rattling around the midfield after play had started. So we're going to come back in. We're back to live lacrosse. That's number 15, Emma Mabry. She brings it out, dishes it off to number 4, Santos. Santos comes around, gives a little nudge out of the way, a high pass for number 2, Emma.
Number 2 is Charlie Bell.
Oh, Charlie Bell. Sorry. I got 23 is Emma.
23 is Emma.
23 is Emma. See, folks, we're getting it.
And Charlie Bell and Emma were just standing next to each other.
Beastie goes out, dishes it back to Sadie Bell, and Sadie Bell goes to none other than Caitlin Borst. Beastie running the field, darts through a couple. There's a couple of stick checks there. She negotiates that well, pushes it back to Gianna. Gianna Hayes. You talk about the girl on this team that's tough as a $2 steak. That is Gianna Hayes. And probably followed, they're all tough as nails, but what I didn't say about Caden Clark was Caden's had 2 knee surgeries. You see her legs wrapped, one leg's wrapped in the pink wrap, the other she's got the ACL brace on. she destroyed that knee the evening of prom, the day before the prom last year. And that was the second time. She did the other one the year before.
I loved coaching both Caden and Gianna when they were younger. They were both basketball players at the time. And when we had to try to teach them lacrosse defense, they actually got it,
right,
because lacrosse defense resembles basketball defense a lot. So I found them on my defensive end quite a bit because they were such great defenders. And obviously with Gianna, it's stuck. She's definitely a pivotal defender here for this Oceanside team.
And there's number 1, Zoe Berliner, from the Hong Kong team, ends up turning it over. Tegan Scott comes darting down the field. And if you watch Tegan run, she's got her head on the swivel. She doesn't look down for anything except when she puts the ball in the net like that, coast to coast like butter and toast.
And she's working her way to the sombrero.
She is. Is that 5?
That's 4.
That's 4.
And again, the scoring, Oceanside opened up big, 6 goals. And since that first quarter, only 3 more on the board. So 9-1, 3:28 left in the third.
Yeah, and the defensive prowess of this IMG team. Now, I didn't say this, but when I was talking to Allie Regan about the one word, I did the one-word interview, describe the team in one word, scrappy. And I think that is pretty spot on.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, when you see them on defense, scrappy is a great way to describe it. It is they grind in that tight area in the middle, and they've been doing a great job knocking down passes throughout the game. We're going to have a re-rack here of the draw ladies.
Now, for those that don't know, the way IMG is structured, so this is what would be their high school team. And IMG, when you go there, if you're willing to reclass and do the things you need to do to work your way to college stardom, not one kid on this team is committed, because when you get committed, you end up on the national team.
Right.
That's kind of how the program works down there, as I understand it. So any IMG people, if I'm wrong, I'm apologizing in advance. But that's the way it was explained to me by someone close to the program, if I'm understanding it correctly. So what I'm saying is that this team it's a second-year team. They come in here, like I said, 6-5. The coach is got a tremendous personality, and there's a shot wide by Caitlin Borst.
Nice job by Ashlyn backing that up. She's going to bring it in from X.
And what I was saying was, we've got the number 1 team in South Carolina, and these gals may have come in here in that first quarter getting themselves into a 6-goal hole. They might have been a little starstruck, with the speed of the team and what have you.
Beastie there, another shot wide left. Ashlyn doing her job behind.
So there's Ashlyn dicing through it, and she couldn't quite finish it.
Love how these goalies come out to play the ball, both sides. Real exciting to see.
Definitely not afraid of it. So it pushes it out. It's all Oceanside here in a sustained offensive onslaught. They can't quite get where they're trying to go. Tegan Scott says, I'll take it to the left, and she moves great in every direction. Takes a little bit of a check there. Pushes it inside. LJ couldn't handle it.
Nice ground ball by Carson Robbins.
Robbins trucking upfield, and Lila Jane stalked her down. If she had another few steps before the line, she'd have got to her. And there is a shot wide. Great defense by Gianna Hayes.
Peyton Bridge with a little slice and dice coming through the middle. She's going to get herself a 8-meter shot.
Sadie Bell takes the stance. Comes the 8-meter. If they ever whistle it, the anticipation for this. And there's a bouncer, and she rings it off the cage.
And, Tony, I will say, I know that works in Oceanside's favor, but that's one thing I have a problem with. These long, long whistles, you're the shooter, you're loaded up there, and you end up stumbling because you're waiting on a whistle for so long.
Right.
It's the same complaint I have in the boys' game at the face-off circle. You get these guys, they're crouched down in a kneeling position, and the ref takes forever to get the whistle blown.
Yeah, at some point just whistle it in and let's get it on. You know, I'm not sure the logic, and again, as a novice to the game, and there's Sagawa dicing through the outside. She couldn't get anywhere to go there. Gianna slammed the door on her.
Yeah, Sagawa's established herself today here as the playmaker for this IMG team. She is she dishes, and she's not afraid to drive with the ball in the middle.
So there's a lot of action down by the net. There's another kind of bobble, and that's going to get gobbled up. And there's the whistle. That's the end of the third period. So you got 9-1 Oceanside.
It was Maddie Scott for Oceanside doing a nice job on defense down there in the far quarter.
Yeah, we do a lot of talking about Teagan, and rightfully so. But there are two more Scotts, and Maddie obviously comes here. Maddie plays volleyball, and she plays lacrosse here. And when you look at her and her sister side by side, they look like some form of twins. And the Shackle Scotts, Beth and her husband, they only breed superior athletes. So we, Maddie's just coming new to this. She's a sophomore, I think, Maddie is. So who's our next senior, Coach?
Hunter Wombold.
Hunter Wombold. And I know I got something from Hunter. Let's see if I can find it. Hunter. I can't come up with it. Yeah, some of the girls I don't have in my phone, so I'll make up for that later. We've got a lot of broadcast to do, just because we don't get to it here. But I got her bio, so let me find Hunter's bio. See, if we were at Bowls and we had a nice desk in front of us,
right,
like we did down there.
Air conditioning, no bugs.
And no bugs. No bugs. Hunter Wombold, here she is.
So you have too much paper. That's your problem.
This is like a hamster cage. I got so much paper here. Okay, so number 27, Hunter Wombold, a 4-year player here at Oceanside. She's a midfielder. Her parents, Jeff and Jen, and her sister, Hayden, and a brother, and they didn't put the brother's name on there. He's just a brother.
He's just brother.
He's just brother.
Yikes.
So, that poor guy.
Brother Wombold.
They look at Hunter as their Swiss Army knife. She does just about everything, so she's a very versatile player. She was all lower state defender, and then she moved to midfield this season, so there's a familiar story. Her favorite memory is winning states, and she's going to miss the teammates, and she is going to be a Clemson Tiger next year. So, Hunter, we are proud of you, and thank you for being an Oceanside Land Shark and making us better.
All right, so we've got one more senior. We'll keep you all in suspense as we go into the fourth quarter.
Each team has a timeout, so I'm feeling pretty good about getting there.
9-1 Oceanside lead. And I would say Oceanside definitely has this game under control. The scoring has just slowed a bit.
Yeah, I think, it's all Oceanside. Now, Oceanside is used to winning this year. They lost a couple of 1-2 goal games that they'd love to have back, and those certainly sting. But when they win, they tend to win big. So this IMG team has really done a tremendous job defensively with allowing only 3 goals in the second half. So the corrections have taken hold here.
And I will say, Tony, both teams short benches, not many reserves over on the side. So these girls doing a lot of running out here.
So Teagan Scott remains on the dot. Scott on the dot. Up. Puts that long reach out. Can't quite corral it. Number 23, that's Emma running down the field with it. Emma, no last name, and she drills one in on Sadie Bell.
That was actually Carson Robbins.
Was it really?
8 looks like a 3 sometimes.
Yes, it does. Okay, so Carson Robbins tallies one for IMG, and that's going to make it a 9-2 tilt.
So IMG probably starting that fourth quarter exactly like they wanted to based on their end of third quarter sideline speech over there.
You would imagine that we talk about it all the time. What's the discussion when you're in an 8-goal hole?
Next
Just
goal.
Get one.
Got to get one before you get 2.
Right, so they won the face-off. They won the draw, and they got the control, and they drilled it right down the field and got one past Sadie Bell, which is You get one past her, you better keep the ball because she's pretty stout in net.
And here's Carson Robbins again. Great check by Beastie.
Tegan Scott comes away with it. Tegan's going to run down the field. She's looking for where to go, and there was a slash. Even I know what that call is. The referee's going to say bring it back. See, multiple whistles means stop.
Tegan has someone that's just as fast as her. And Charlie Bell doing a nice job on the check, but got a little aggressive. Having in from the 12-meter.
Lila Jane pushes it over. Glad to have her back here for senior night. And she's made her contribution and her presence felt. And if I had to bet, that's probably the senior we need to get to. And there's Beastie in for the tally. Beastie gets one by number 9, Emma Davis. Extends the lead back to 8 for the Oceanside Lady Land Sharks here at the Reef. Sun coming down, staring us right in the face.
We need that big cloud to slide to the left.
There is no weather on our agenda here. It's supposed to be a tremendous night. The girls are doing their part to secure their senior night victory. And, of course, the boys are up next. Coming to you live here from the Reef as the second half of our doubleheader. Tegan Scott takes the draw. They're getting lined up, locked up, lined up. So they kind of sandwich the ball between the two sticks there, and it's all pressure until the whistle blows,
Yes,
right? That's how that works.
Both ladies have to maintain pressure, and they need to bring that ball up together, and that's where all the technique starts to kick in.
You know I'm fascinated by Fogos, which they don't have here. There's nobody running in and out. There's no subs here.
You don't see that. I would say at the college level you may see that a bit more, but usually at the high school level you really don't necessarily have a draw specialist.
But fewer specialists in general. I mean, there's no box.
Yeah, you don't really deal with like we have in boys with short stick D middies. You don't really have defensive midfielders in girls. Now again, at the upper levels I'm sure you do. But here, most of your girls are full field players.
All right. Well, Delaney, if you're listening out there at Newberry, why don't you answer that for me? Is there any specialists that run in and out at the college level? She's at practice, Mom says. All right. Well, she's not listening then.
Well, she was just calling me 20 minutes ago. So.
All right. Well, there we go. So Beastie's running down. While we were yapping, Sadie Bell does what Sadie Bell does and made another save. So it's hard enough for this IMG to get through the Oceanside defense, and then they have to deal with Sadie Bell in net.
What a beautiful
There's a dish
pass.
in front. Beastie kind of tried to overhand one.
Yeah, I think she got a little action up in her grill. She didn't look too happy about that. No call.
You know, we talked about it last night that I'm fascinated, that there's no helmets in this. I know that Florida, you said, an IMG coming from Florida, I'm surprised they don't have lids on.
Yeah, that's a great point, Tony.
There is Tegan Scott ripping her way through, and the IMG defense says no. And there's Tegan back on the other side.
That was Zoe Berliner trying to play that out of the air.
LJ's going to come trying to take a wing. And the size of the neutral zone here fascinates me as well.
Yeah, instead of one restraining line, you get two.
So there's Tegan. Can't quite reach that with her long reach. She's got all sorts of
Yep, we're gonna
senders.
have a yellow card here on number 5.
And they got into Tegan's head a little bit there.
Arwen Ripito just got up into the neck of Scott, and that is not allowed. So she'll get her forced water break, and Oceanside will be lady up.
Lady up. Tegan waiting patiently.
That's a whistle that mattered, Tony.
It is. That is a whistle that mattered. Beastie takes a look inside. They slam the door on her, 28. Carson Robbins plays good defense there. Wheels it around the net. There's a point-blank shot. Teagan on the crease, can't come up with it. Caden Clark harassing the goaltender.
Number 9, Emma Davis, doing good, coming up in her crease there a little bit and just shrinking the area that Scott had to work with.
And there is Charlie Bell Ladd running the field, looking at dishing. Oh, and there was a give and go that didn't get or go.
Charlotte Harris just winding to shoot, and unfortunately the ball just didn't quite settle in the stick.
And Charlie Bell with her hands on her head just wants that one back. It was so set up for end-to-end. Beastie comes down, settles under the light post, dishes it off to Sophia. Sophia looking for somewhere to go with it. Caden Clark drifts in front, pushes it over to Ashlyn, pushes it over to LJ and picks it back up. Teagan Scott going to take pause there. Teagan inside. Caden Clark! Is that 2 or 3 for Caden?
That's a hat trick.
Hat trick for Caden Clark on senior night. You know, that kid has worked so hard to come back from so much to get where she's going in this sport and make her presence felt.
Well, Tony, let's represent our final senior.
And that is going to be Lila Jane Finlayson. We haven't called her name, right?
Correct.
So Lila Jane, and I do have something from Lila Jane. Lila Jane Finlayson. Her mother, Katie Finlayson, we know them well. She's played for 7 years, and she is from Park City, Utah. So a Ute.
A Ute.
Or a Brigham Young Cougar, however you want to, whichever side of that you're on. Her favorite moment was hitting 100 points.
Hey, we got a little in the mix there, huh? I like it.
A little in the mix. 100-point scorer here for Oceanside. She is going to study abroad in Rome for the first semester, and then she's going to go to South Carolina.
Very nice.
So, fun fact, very unique. She can play 2 instruments, the piano and the violin. So you think athlete, left brain, right brain, she's got them both.
She's got full brain.
Yeah, she's got full brain.
Well, Lila Jane, that talent, incredible. Your talent on the lacrosse field, incredible. We wish you all the luck in your studies in Rome and thereafter.
So that concludes the parade of seniors for our broadcast here. And ladies, we're proud of everybody on this team, our coaches. This is a tight-knit group. They really work hard, and they are on a mission. These seniors want that ring. They watched it slip away. You saw the one, I forget who said it, but her favorite moment is beating BE next month.
Next month.
You know, and that's something at the boys level we kind of miss, you know, that BE matchup, you know, during the season.
Well, it's also funny, Tony, we always have when we talk about our boys, this one's circled on the calendar. Well, you know for sure Bishop England is circled on that girl's calendar every year.
You know, depending upon what happens here, I would not be surprised if you and I get a phone call to see if we would do that game.
Well,
who knows what?
We'll see if they can afford our rate. How's that sound?
Yeah, we'll see. You know, this is a big deal. These girls, I mean, our boys have become accustomed to being on TV a couple nights a week during the season. And the way we run that for them, this girls, they've been looking forward to this night. And I will tell you, we're going to get a lot of views of this because they're all going to go home and wear it out.
Well, and in reality, Tony, the reason we do this, I think, at least my point of view, is we have a lot of grandparents out there that are away. A lot of people have relocated to this greater Charleston area from distance. And we love to know that a grandparent can be seeing their grandchild on TV doing the sport they love.
Yep, and we bring it to anywhere, the magic of the internet. This is a wonderful thing. And there's a shot wide, and she gets dumped. I didn't see the number. All I saw was a blonde pigtail go flying by, and that's Chloe Rowland. So Chloe out there streaking down the field in her yellow cleats.
And one of our boys' fathers spent the last 3 weeks in the Philippines serving our country in the Coast Guard, and he was tuned in watching his son, and it was just so awesome to be able to help him see his son play his game.
Yeah, and like you said, that's why we do this. I mean, it really is a labor of love. I'm going to miss it. I am not going to miss, you know, and I know you're not going to miss having to deal with this contraption.
The camera rig.
The camera rig is cumbersome, and that's the kindest word I can say on TV. but it is the magic that brings it. So we are thrilled to do it. And like I said, these girls they were so excited to have this game televised tonight. It was really fun, the appreciation. I think we're going to hear a lot about it. I hope we've done our best to bring it to you.
Nice stick by the defender there, 24, Harper Todd.
Here comes Tegan Scott.
Big rip.
Big rip wide left.
I want to give a shout out to my wife, Marina Harrison, running the camera for the game.
Like a boss.
I mean, just owning her job over here.
Like a boss. And there is Ashlyn Key in front. Ashlyn looking for that elusive goal. She couldn't find any space to pull the trigger, and there's Caden Clark for number 4. Ashlyn Key doing the dirty work, gets it over to Tegan Scott, and Tegan feeds number 11 right in the mouth.
That puts us at 12-2, 5:19 left in this game. A very large group of clouds has moved in, putting our field under cover, which is great for our camera.
The sun glare gives way to the lights of the Oceanside Reef here at the Collegiate Academy. And we're going to have another draw at midfield. And it's all smiles for the senior girls. They've represented us well against a traditional powerhouse school, even though it's a budding program on the girls lacrosse scene. The respect and admiration that IMG as an institution commands. Anytime you can come away with a victory against that team, an IMG program, you take that and cherish it. There's Caden Clark looking for number 5. She feeds it inside. She had...
Nice little underhand shot there by Grace Recton.
Yeah, she had Grace out there in front, and she was going to go high. Goalie had it covered and couldn't quite get the pay dirt. There's an errant pass. Number 1, Zoe Berliner.
Just
can't quite
little high.
It. Yeah, can't quite grab it. As we see the crowd building for the senior celebration that's about 4 minutes away, where we will celebrate both the boys and the girls. There's an errant pass trying to get it to Beastie. The IMG girls still hustling, making the most of every tick of the clock here.
Ashlyn getting a little too aggressive up top there. We'll keep possession with IMG.
Ashlyn wants one more cut at it, see if she can tally one on her senior night. There's a lot of traffic there. It's going to go out of bounds, and Tegan Scott, and there's a whole bunch of whistles.
And we have the ref across the field overruling the near side ref.
I think Tegan pleaded her case there for a second, again to no avail.
I think the right call was from all the way across the field, believe it or not. That rarely happens.
I am fascinated when that occurs, at the eagle eye vision that a referee from across the field has. I didn't see that.
Yeah, let's pretend we didn't. Right?
And there's one that gets by Sadie Bell. So IMG playing for every ounce of this game that they can pull through. So again, there's no weather in the forecast. This is one big kind of cloud just kind of sitting over us. So we're going to reset here with 2:53. 2:53 to go. Airplanes are whistling out of the airport behind us. Beastie comes ripping down the field over to Caitlin Clark. Caitlin over to Ashlyn Key. Ashlyn back to Beastie. And there's one in. I didn't see who got it.
I believe that was Caden Clark.
Caden Clark rings number 5 on the night. So couldn't be prouder of her. Again, a kid who has battled back from multiple injuries multiple times and making the most of her senior night. And this team looks like to be a well-oiled machine heading into a state run here
All right, I think we are. Nope, never mind.
So 13-3. So 10-goal lead, strong for the Oceanside Land Sharks. 2 minutes just pierced, ticking down, under 2 to play. Girls are muscling up at midfield. They say to the referee, let us play, whistle it in. Tegan spins it. There's a host of ascenders. There's Beastie and Tegan. Tegan goes darting down. She's got one thing on her mind. There's Caitlin Clark gets the sombrero. Oh, Caitlin Clark. Listen to me. She could be Caitlin Clark.
She could be.
Caden Clark rings the sombrero in the girls' game here on senior night. The double hat trick. She doubles down. Now, I do not have a strange name for 9, so we're going to hope that's got.
We got a running clock with 1:04. I don't think she's going to get there.
I don't think she's going to get there either. Tegan Scott to Caden Clark. 2 seniors. So is it a 10-goal deficit in the girls' game that makes it run?
Oh, must be.
Yeah, I just happened to know because I just said it was a 10-goal.
Yeah, I didn't do my math very well.
We're going to be okay. Chris has got the weather app up. It's going to blow by to the south of us. There will be no rain here on senior night.
Nice save by Sadie Bell. IMG still pedal to the metal here at the end.
23 seconds ticking down. There's an errant pass. There's a scoop up. Sophia says, I'll take it. Smart Money says she should run around with it and kill the clock. The seniors are going to say, let me have it. I want to score one more. 28 come ripping down the field. Carson Robbins.
And that's going to do it.
And there's Liliana Zarzaka, broke up that last pass. A little Lily time. Give her shout out at the gun. So congratulations to the Oceanside Lady Land Sharks. It has been a privilege and an honor to televise this game for Land Shark Nation live here from the Reef at Oceanside Collegiate Academy, and thank everybody that makes Oceanside lacrosse possible. Boys, girls, Principal Christina Brown, Athletic Director Mark Meyer, Assistant Athletic Director Brooks Barano is here with us tonight as our administrator on the scene. And then we've got Katie Niemeyer, athletic trainer Savannah Metz, the coaches, Coach Beth, Coach Ashley. Thank you so much. It has been a privilege. We're going to pause now for a little bit of a weather issue. We've got some lightning in the area, as I understand it, and Chris is lowering the spinnaker mast here on our camera that we don't want to have our hands on. So stay tuned for senior night festivities, and we'll be back with the boys' game shortly. Thank you.
It should pick it up. We're going to try to get the sound on here.
Got one more trash bag and an umbrella.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please turn your attention as we honor our 2025 Oceanside Boys Lacrosse Senior Class. Our first senior, number 8, Caden Costa. Escorted by his mom, Emily, Caden is an attacking midfielder for the Land Sharks. He plans to attend Mars Hills University to play lacrosse and major in business. His favorite Oceanside memory is the bus rides to away games, and his advice to the younger members of the team is to hug your mama.
Walk faster, boys. Come on, the girls have to shoot down. Let's go.
Please welcome our next senior, number 10, Gavin Harrison. A 4-year member of the lacrosse program, he's escorted by his parents, Marina and Chris. A goalie for the Land Sharks, Gavin plans to attend Georgia Southern University to study construction management. His favorite Oceanside memory is switching his position to defensive mid junior year to help the team out. Gavin's advice to the younger members of the team is to cherish every moment you have with guys because it's over before you know it.
I'm just going to put this microphone on you.
Please welcome our next senior, number 13, Alex Peanut Seaton. A 4-year member of the team and 2-year captain, he was the 2024 South Carolina High School League Defensive Player of the Year. Escorted by his parents, Gina and Clark, Alex is the anchor of our defense. After graduation, he plans to attend Virginia Military Institute. His favorite Oceanside lacrosse memory is the bus rides to away games. And his advice to the younger members of the team is to grind now so you can shine later. 4. Please welcome our next senior, number 22, Brody Hollingsworth.
Oh, there goes the shark.
Kill it. That's it.
We're totally out of whack here. All right,
I don't even know what Jamie Hollingsworth. Brody plans to attend Clemson University and major in business. His favorite Oceanside memory is getting played with his brother freshman year. His words of wisdom to the younger members of the team is value this time is going to go very quickly.
That's a lost ball.
Please welcome our next senior, number 24, Thomas Huffines. Escorted by his parents, Elizabeth and Chris, Thomas plans to attend Mars Hill University to play lacrosse and major in business. His favorite Oceanside memory is the bus rides to and from games when the whole team is together and it's fun. Thomas's advice to the younger members of the team is to enjoy every moment because it goes by fast.
Something to remember.
Please welcome our next senior, number 33, AJ Zarzaka. Escorted by his parents, Steve Ray and Tony. AJ is a 4-year member of the lacrosse program and a 3-year captain. AJ plans to attend the University of South Carolina to major in business and play club lacrosse. His favorite memory is hanging out with the guys they coach about. His advice to younger members of the team is to value the time as it goes by very quickly. Please welcome our final senior of the night, number 55, Carter Gregory. A 4-year member of the Land Sharks and 3-year captain, he's escorted by his parents, Angie and Chris. Carter plans to attend Clemson University to study engineering this fall. His favorite Oceanside memory is playing in the Champions Challenge freshman year. His advice to younger members of the team is to live in the present, don't dwell on the past, and don't stress about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, a final round of applause for our 2025 Oceanside Men's Lacrosse Senior Class.
Woo! Woo! Oh my God! You've got to be kidding me! All right, fix that. Where's that other trash bag? There's another trash bag over there. Probably blew away. Yeah, just pull back. little south. Right at the time we want to do it.
Tried to keep the camera dry.
Gotcha. We can pull that down. There we go. Let me kill that audio. Hello, everybody out there in TV land. It is 6:55 here at the Reef at Oceanside. We just had a... We're not transmitting? Testing. Okay, so we are delayed, but that you guys don't know that because it could be live to you. Anyway, major storm just went through here. We had some hail, some crazy wind. We have no idea how much of our senior night you got to see, but we actually pulled it off. We are, as you can see, we've got a rainy screen. We're going to try and get our equipment back up and running here. We got some blue skies settling back in over us, and we'll be looking to get the broadcast going back here shortly. Thanks for your patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live from the Reef at Oceanside Collegiate Academy, and the Reef was just covered under a deluge of water. Thank you to Chris Harrison and the volunteers that helped us secure the audiovisual equipment while us senior parents got drenched. I assume that was captured on camera with no narration, but it was bad, and we had a solid 20-25 minutes of rain to douse our senior night. And
apparently the camera feed went down shortly as Peanut was being introduced. We had a gust of wind come by that took out the tripod, but we had audio, I was told.
Well,
so
who knows?
Never a dull moment. But as our great camera woman Angie says, the lighting is beautiful right now.
The lighting is fantastic. There is zeros on the clock, soon to be at 12. The boys are on the dot. And without a pregame, this is Oceanside Collegiate Academy. This is IMG Academy, and this is a brawl in a senior night here at Oceanside. We just celebrated the girls. The boys in our celebration got doused, but that will be the only disappointment tonight, as we hope our Land Sharks can come through. And we are whistled live, and then we are whistled dead. Somebody kicked the ball. AJ Zarzak is out at the center. He's got the ball, is going to whistle it in, and we are well underway.
So, Tony, that face-off win gives Cole the single-season face-off record. We want to congratulate him on that. Cole DeClamp.
The freshman, Cole Bradford, the Clamp.
I'm sorry, he's number two. Number 2.
Oh, so he goes to number 2. So he's still got something to look up for.
Yeah.
So the offense hits the field, and it is Titus the Trigger with his new hairdo. I understand there is a blonde, bleach blonde under there. There's Ian. There is Brody, Broman, double deuce Hollingsworth in for the first score, 11:25 into the game. And we are off and running, Landshark fans. As the fans continue to gather, everyone ran for the hills. All of us parents look like drowned rats out here. Some of them went seeking shelter. They're all migrating their way back, and the Oceanside faithful and the IMG faithful that have migrated here are returning to the viewing area here. The Clamp, he wins that one clean, so now he's tied, I would guess, right?
He's number 2. I'm not sure what the number 1
so we
is.
got to find out what the distance is. AJ Zarzaka makes his way. He dishes it off to Carter Gregory. He'll spin off the field. The one offense will come back on. Brody with it behind the net, up to Ian Long, and that last goal, Ian to Brody. Beautiful connection. Titus going, looks, threatens, doesn't pull the trigger, and he drills it from the restraining line. Titus the Trigger, and he's got us up 2-0 on this IMG Academy team.
Well, it doesn't look like the storm dampened the spirits of this Oceanside offense, coming out firing on all cylinders here to start.
Well, that was the most energetic because we were running through the rain in that celebration with the gauntlet of that team, the excitement that we were able to feel. They were fired up. They want this for this senior class. This is how they're going to close the season. These seniors are playing their last regular season game ever for Oceanside Collegiate Academy, and it's a big deal, and they've been looking forward to this day.
Number 7, Holden Carlson having some trouble with Cole in the middle.
Yep. So AJ bobbles it, feeds it over to Ian. He offers him the pick. He finally takes it. Ian streaks around, throws the double out to the Trigger, over to MJ Magic Zanone. 55 Carter Gregory under the light post. I think that's becoming his office over there where he receives for this play. Jackson Hyman checks in. He offers the pick. Carter's nothing doing. Around to Brody. Can't handle it low. Puts a body into it. Carter streaks in. Ball's out of bounds, and it's going to be IMG with the possession.
First little misstep for Oceanside.
So we're going to start getting our names. We welcome in that IMG audience. That's going to come out live right at us here. Almost drilled some parents there on the sidelines.
We get real up and close and personal with Titus's new do. Looking good.
Yeah, see that blonde kind of leaking out under the shiny blue helmet. He's off to the races. Looks at it, doesn't like it, spins the other way, lefty, natural lefty, pushes it over to Jackson Hyman, over to Carter Gregory. Jackson spins it to Titus. Ian Long lurking in the front, looking for a feed, gets it, turns around, no shot there. Jackson Hyman winds, doesn't fire. He brings it around. He's got back deep Something fell on the
Got
field.
a mouthpiece down.
Yeah, it looked like a mouthpiece or something fell. Jackson backs off to the baseline. Everybody pause, new play. Jackson makes the dodge, gets past him, winds around, sees Ian in front. He drills it down low. A dirt ball down low. All right, number 4, Ian Long. Chris, our statistician, Marina, tells me he is now the all-time top 10 in single-season goals. So he's cracked the top 10.
Pretty impressive for that freshman.
He just continues to march on.
And he will be adding to that total, as we all know.
The Oceanside faithful again. Here comes Emily Costa. I wanted to pick her up and carry her out of here, and I was dealing with my aunt. We have a very special guest in town for the Zarzakas, Aunt Marie Zarzaka. I'm not allowed to say how old she is because she'll smack me when we get home, so I'm not doing that. But she's my father's big sister, and you all know Pop is a permanent fixture here, Pop Z. So we are thrilled to have her. She flew in tonight, and just, can't wait to spend the weekend with her. And she wanted to see the senior night celebration, but had to duck out with the rain. But she is back, and they're working their way over. Chris is dealing with some technical trouble here. The scoreboard went out, so we have no time. Are they keeping it on the field?
Everything's just wet and abused.
Yeah, everything's just wet, and, we could actually keep the score here if we had to.
Why don't we put a nice picture of our senior boys on the screen as we wait here?
And we're going to roll through honoring our seniors.
Look at those mugs.
These 7 boys, I made a Facebook post this morning in my melancholy early morning hours of thinking of this game as our baby boys are done their high school career in the regular season anyway. We're going to stare at a run for the state title here. So we got 4 more games possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. They're going to call the players in. There's no real timeout while we deal with the technical trouble. I mean, they could keep time on the field if I assume they had to, Chris, yeah?
I would think they should be prepared for that, but not looking that way.
So we have a slight delay.
Well, do we want to talk about some seniors?
Well, let's talk about some seniors, and we'll start out on the right-hand side of that photo with Caden Costa, Kamikaze Costa. What a fantastic young man. You see the graphic up there. He's got some future plans. He's going to – where's he going to school? He's going to play
Mars
lacrosse
Hill.
at Mars Hill. So now Caden took to lacrosse a little later in his life.
Caden was a baseball guy.
Yeah.
And he, at the advice of some of his buddies, made the migration to lacrosse and never looked back. I know he's a big Cleveland Indians fan, but lacrosse is his game, and it's so much his game that it's earned him a scholarship and a chance to play at Mars Hill University.
Well, and the family, who can say enough about him? And they've had to deal with a lot in their time here in Charleston. And Caden, a finer young man, I challenge you to find me one. His mother, Emily, is an absolute angel, always watching. We've kind of surrounded her and taken care of her throughout the last couple of years here. I see her every Sunday in church. We go to 8 o'clock Mass together, me and Emily Costa. I see her there. But we can't, Caden is an emotional spark plug on this team. That's how he cut his teeth last year when things were down and we weren't doing the things we wanted to do and the chips were down. Caden Costa was always there. Let's go, boys, right?
Yeah, and he is a spark plug. He is a spirit, and he's really become like a son to me. Caden and my son Gavin are very, very close, and hence we've become very close. And as much as I'm going to have a tear falling for my son, I'm going to have a tear falling for Caden too. I'm real excited for him. Can't wait for the next step. And here we go.
We're back underway. Peanut Seaton out on the wing. He's hunting it down. Number 32 comes away with it. That's Tommy Williams. He goes streaking down the field. There's an Oceanside penalty coming up. Not sure who it's on. I didn't see because I looked down at the roster, but there's a free play for IMG. Sawyer Arnold is not on the field. So, oh, yes, he is. So
But the penalty came before Sawyer made it out,
Yeah,
so he's okay.
So it's not Sawyer Arnold, our penalty barometer of what will be allowed in the game. Number 14 picks it up over here. That's Jax Kirchmer. Jax dishes it off to number 5. That's Giacomo Bollettieri. And what a great name. What a fine Italian name. He pushes it over. Can't see the number there. And there is a deke on the crease by number 28, Hero Gaskowski. Now there's a name. Glowski? Hero Glowski. And we welcome in the audience from IMG in Florida. And we're going to butcher some names, and we're going to do our best here. But I promise by the end of the game we'll have them. So you're going to hear numbers early on. Chris and I, the coach, you didn't get the intro. We've been doing this a couple years. Angie Gregory to my right on the camera, wishing that she had her parka. She gets chilly easy. She's a Florida gal. And
if you're lucky, your son will earn a good nickname tonight too.
Yeah, that could happen. But you got a name like Giacomo Bollettieri.
You don't need a nickname.
You don't need a nickname. It's Giacomo, Jack. So AJ picks it up, feeds it inside. Beautiful feed to the clamp is still out on the field. Brody bobbles it a little bit, kind of halfway falls backward, taking heavy fire from the pole.
Yeah, good decision on Brody to kind of back out with that. Wait for the reinforcements.
And Finn Wagner checks into the game so that second offensive line is going to come on into the game as Oceanside leads it. Some of the lights are still out, but we have a score and a clock and some timeouts and a period. So the rest of the clock, the scoreboard will come back eventually as it dries out. Carter Gregory working down low,
cobbling things back together.
Yes, sir. Caden, the kamikaze Costa, puts that shoulder down, keeps the elbow down, so no Ward, and he goes in, guns blazing. There's a good poke by number 31, the goaltender. That's Matthew Slowfrock. There's going to be a nickname there, Slowfrock. He's not slow, he's fast. Here's 33 coming down. That's Griffin Vegas. Oh, my God, there's a lot of material here, Chris.
Yeah, we've got some good names on here.
Yeah, some great names from the IMG squad here.
And everybody at home, this all comes from a position of fun. We respect all these guys. We call this game even as we can. We're just two dads having a good time.
We have so much fun doing this, and we hope you enjoy the telecast. It is our senior night, and like I said, we're going to get a little misty-eyed. So my man Giacomo, he's got my man AJ Gugoots on him. He pushes it over, big shot. It looked like he was going to wind and fire. He didn't do it. 19 didn't pull the trigger. Cade. There's a bobbled pass, a break up by Peanut Seaton, and the Oceanside defense is still working hard here. They get in close. Gavin standing tall. A.J. Zarzaka comes out with it. He's streaking down the field. He's got number 14, Jax Kirchmer, on his heels. A.J.'s going to get the touch. And he does what A.J. does.
I'd say so far the Oceanside defense bending, not breaking.
Indeed.
They're definitely getting the test put at them.
A.J.'s going to jog it back on sides and get off the field and take a breath after that 90-yard sprint. Carter Gregory working under it. Carter Gregory under the light post. He hits Jackson Hyman in stride as he comes on. Jackson makes a shake and bake on number 14 And then the long pole, number 56, jars it loose. That's Ivan Bosk.
Tough pass for the trigger to handle.
Yeah, left-handed or right-handed. There was no way to get it. He's got blonde hair and silver shoes, though.
Let's see how the Oceanside Ride responds.
So they're going to bring it in. Number 33, that's Griffin Vegas. Vegas retreats, dumps it off to the goaltender, Slowfrock. You got a long pole running up the field. That's number 12, and his name's Ellis Titus.
Big back check by the freshman, Ian Long.
Ian rips it down.
No, it wasn't Peter.
So we've got Titus, the trigger, being covered by Ellis Titus. So Titus on Titus. How about that? What are the chances?
Trigger's looking like he's going to the beach with that hair.
Yeah, he's got a California dew, and he's in Charleston. Over to Jackson Hyman. Landsharks up 3-1, 5:12 to play in the quarter. Out to Magic Zanone. MJ had Visions of grandeur there, and he had a crack.
He had the room. He just didn't have the right pass.
So the boys are circling around, trying to find something. Brody stalking the back of the net. Finally gets it out to Titus here. Oceanside looks like they're going to organize, run a play. Titus runs by, right, left, high, left. Wasn't even close.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did he get touched on that?
He might have gotten somebody nudge an elbow.
I think
somewhere along
Giacomo
the line.
Might have lifted there a little bit.
Might have had it. And there's another shot. Titus across the goal mouth, couldn't get it home.
A little wide to the left, getting some action as he was driving in.
Then you've got Carter Gregory. He tries, winds, fires wide low.
So Carter's working on a very special goal. We're not going to say anything about it yet.
Feel a couple little stray spritzes hitting me here.
We left our Mary Poppins umbrella above the camera up there just for that reason.
Titus working hard, covered well. There's Jackson Hyman.
Just
wide left.
IMG crowd representing with the girls team here on the sideline, hooting and hollering. The hooting leads to the hollering.
Yeah, the IMG faithful, boy, they traveled well up here. Line in the fence.
Whoa, and we've got a goal.
I turned around for a second. Ian Long gets his second of the game.
An assist to Gregory. Oceanside with this 4-1 lead, 3:47 left in the first.
Here comes A.J. Zarzaka trotting out here. The clamp on the dot, Peanut Seaton on the other side. Sharks in their home whites that have been really good to them here. It's blue for IMG, right? It almost looks purple.
Yeah, they're like a... I tried to invent their color on our scoreboard.
Yeah, you did fine.
Did I do all right?
Yeah. It's kind of a royal shade. There's Peanut Seaton. He had trouble corralling it. Still looking for it. He goes up, and a great save down low. And
number 31, Matthew Slofik.
Yeah, 8 times out of 10, that's a pole goal, and Peanut was thinking it. There's a long pass all the way to the side. Peanut comes in crashing. Thomas, the pickpocket, comes away with it, does a pirouette, feeds it up to Ian Long. And you got to imagine the field's a little wet, little slick. The temperature's all over the place. Now it's cool out here.
Here's what's crazy. I can see my breath right now.
Yeah, the temperature has done a complete 360 to the 80-degree day we had.
The watch says mid-60s.
Angie's dying for the quarter to end so she can go get some.
Her face is showing the pain.
She did not bring it today, she
said. She is parkaless.
Oh, dear God. All right, Caden Costa, kamikaze out there, covered tight by number 56, Ivan Bosk.
What a move.
Caden makes a move, love it. Finn Wagner feeds it over to Carter Gregory. Carter Gregory comes around, pirouettes, can't get away, taking heavy fire from Holden Carlson over in the corner. Back to Brody. It's down around the back of the net. Carter under the goalpost, makes a move left, makes a move right, comes back around. He takes the spin, and the goaltender, it was a good foot over the crossbar, but he reached up, said, I'll take it.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
That is a mountain of a man in net for these.
Got that stick up in the air.
IMG ascenders. So there's a great move. It's still going to be IMG ball, but just
like the effort.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not love this freshman Ian Long? He is so instinctive in everything he does on this field.
He's always given 110% every aspect of the game.
He's taken a lot of leadership.
The upperclassmen got to love it because he is just really settled in as part of the squad.
Yes, he certainly has. Bolletary trots into the zone. The defensive posture for Oceanside's out there. Here comes Sawyer Arnold. Number 14's got it. Jax Kirchmer. He's going to roll it. He's bowling for dollars, and he comes up with number 32.
Tommy Williams. That's a good, easy name.
That is a good, easy name. And there's offsides of some sort, I assume, correct?
It is. The ref got real fired up with his flag over there. Caught his own. moving along.
Ball coming in. Andy Jones takes the half stripe. He gets into the zone, puts the touch in. He's going to dump it off to the trigger, striding across. A.J. Zarzaka comes into the zone, goes back, gets on sides. Here comes Magic Zanone, and here comes Jackson Hyman.
Jackson doing his count from the box just to make sure over there.
I like it. That's responsibility. These kids have grown up. You know, a year ago, 2 years ago, we'd have made that mistake, and the will to play would have got the better of them. So the trigger's going to come over, and here's that last second shot set up, right? We've got 44
43.
and counting down. 4-1, Oceanside Collegiate Academy. Magic Zanone under the light post, biding his time. Not a lot of off-ball movement. Here comes Jackson Hyman looking for it, dishes it back to Brody Hollingsworth. Brody comes out, up to Carter Gregory. He puts a move left, right, center, and he goes wide of the net. 15 seconds, almost 16 seconds to go, Oceanside ball. It gets inbounded by Ian. Oh, and MJ couldn't handle the hot pass coming from behind the goal. 8 seconds, short time. Carter Gregory looking for somewhere to go. He says, I'm just going to run in here and not put it in the net myself.
And Tony.
And they're going to say he was in the crease. No goal, eh? He was in the crease.
I mean, eagle eyes over there on the close side of the field.
You got to be kidding me.
Well,
wow.
Guess he just went to Lens Crafters.
I
saw
guess
that
so.
one.
So he definitely saw that coming. Chris, you want to fire up one of the next seniors here? I got to step away for 1 second and say hello to someone, so I'll be right back. Oop, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, you're playing the shark theme now.
Yeah, so we got the shark theme. That's how I exit.
We are a mess. Rain.
All right, we are back. Sorry, I had to step away for just a second. The boys are breaking the huddle here. Our next senior, I think we can get him in. We're not going to short him because we'll get back to him if we have to, but Thomas Huffines, the pickpocket. Another one of these loggerheads. The boys have played together since they were in 5th grade, and it was always Thomas and AJ and Peanut on the defense for that loggerheads team until they got to high school, and then they voted AJ off the aisle and told him go play midi. So Thomas.
Excommunicated.
Yeah, Elizabeth and Chris, his parents. Lily, his sister. His grandmother's a sweetheart. And Thomas is going to play. He's going to
Mars Hill.
He's going to Mars Hill, another Mars Hill.
Caden and Thomas are going to room.
Well, how about that?
All right, we're going to go back to lacrosse here. We'll give Thomas a little more action.
And we'll give you some more love, Thomas. It's coming. There's a big shot. Number 7 on number 7. That Fogo, Holden Carlson, he gave the clamp a fit there. And there's a big goal. You know, we had a really good view of it. Gavin had the net covered. That guy put it in a spot. Sometimes you got to tip your cap.
Yeah, what do you think? That spot probably width, maybe a little more than a ball.
As the golfers would say, a ball and a half outside the cup.
He caught it. Beautiful shot.
Ball and a half outside the cup.
That was what, number 19, Cade Marichek. Nice goal by Marichek there. So it's going to be 4-2. Land Sharks in a fight here. 11:50 to go. So that was 10 seconds into the quarter. Now there the clamp wins it clean. So he got the better of him that time, and he's gone downtown. The clamp. Cole Bradford said he was upset that he missed the other one. And are we really going to whistle off another goal?
We can't possibly.
Nope, they're going to give that one to us.
All right,
How
so
nice of them.
5-2. The referees, the Zebras say the goal is good, and we got the goal.
So Cole saying, I don't need the rest of you. I'll do this myself.
Yes, he was taking it upon himself. And he said, well, I think he felt bad because that last one went the other way and off the face-off. He takes a lot of pride in his work.
So the next question is, where is Cole DeClamp?
Well, it looks like they're getting a free in.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why. There was some sort of infraction, I guess, right? What causes that?
I have no idea.
Where's Dion when you need him?
Showing my lack of lacrosse knowledge here.
Yeah, well, you showed off and dropped all kinds of knowledge in the girls' game. So Reese Meredith is going to tee off there covering Giacomo.
It appears the officials can't agree on what's going on, so I don't feel bad that we don't know what's going on.
Well, they're mad because they're wet. So Giacomo's going to whistle it in from the O, spins it across to 32, Tommy Williams. Tommy's going to hold up there, covered by A.J. Zarzak. Robo Reese comes out to cover Bollettieri. Bollettieri dumps it off to Maricek. Maricek back to Bollettieri. Reese Meredith's got him. Gives him a little bit of wood. Bollettieri goes to make a move. Reese has got him hemmed into the sideline. Now he hands him off. Thomas Huffines covering 35 down there. That's Easton Miller. Miller wheels it around. It's back up top to Tommy Williams. Williams gets a little bit of a step on AJ. He draws the slide, gets around Peanut, comes into the crease, gets the post, and we're going to get the turnover.
So the ref close to that saw at that time.
There goes AJ on the out, back to Peanut, hits him in the cage.
Tough one.
You know, this lighting might be good for photography, but this dusk is not friendly to watching that ball come in from the light standards.
It's one of those tough balls, the field coming at you. You're running away from it.
So Bollettieri's running. It looks like IMG is going to take a timeout.
All right, let's give Thomas a little more of his due here.
So Thomas, the pickpocket Huffines. He works his way up. He comes down. Thomas's favorite memories are the team bus rides. The whole team rides the bus together. Coach Tom Harris, he takes the phones. He's going to, so that's his fondest memory up until about 4 weeks from now when they celebrate a state championship, hopefully.
Hopefully.
I hope all these favorite moments are going to change in the next 4 weeks.
So far.
So far. Yeah, so that's his memory so far. So he's gone to Mars Hill, love his family. Thank you, Thomas. Landshark Nation is proud of you. You have become an integral part of this team and that defense and the fortress.
So this next guy we're going to bring up, he waited till his special senior day to make the announcement. Peanut Seaton committing today to the Virginia Military Institution. What an unbelievable job. We're so excited for him. I did have his commitment picture up here, but I lost it somewhere. Sorry.
That's all right. So, Peanut Seaton's going to go to VMI. He's obviously been a 4-year member. He's a 2-year captain. He's going to go to VMI. His favorite memory so far, again, the bus rides. These guys have a ball on the bus.
Must be a good time.
Well,
I guess we're missing something.
I hope
we
it's
should
the
ride
bus.
the bus.
Yeah, I hope it's the bus ride home from Columbia when it's time.
There you go.
So, number 32, Tommy Williams is going to whistle it in up top. Yeah, he's going to end up with it up top. A.J. Zarzak is all over him. So 19 has it on the sideline. Maricek.
Yeah, they were pulling a little loosey-goosey fake job there.
Nobody bought it. Look, this is a good IMG team. Stout challenge.
Great.
Silas Gillum giving him the business behind. Silas throwing his body at it. There's a scrum for it. Nobody comes away with it. Now Silas just overran it. And we've got some whistles. Interference. It's going to be Oceanside ball, which means AJ's going to bring it into the zone.
I got to say that call's against us, Tony. I don't like it. Let him fight for the ball. Let him play the game.
Yeah. Especially two powerhouse units like this. Let's see who's got what. So a couple little spritzes coming in. Nothing to threaten our ability. Mary Poppins' umbrella rig is at the top of the spinnaker here with our camera high above Angie Gregory.
Angie's getting her arm workout tonight.
Yeah. And there's a giant shot by the trigger, and he says, give me some more.
See, we kind of calm down because we don't think he's in a position to shoot, but Trigger's always in a position to shoot.
Well, he's never met a shot he doesn't like, so kind of like MJ, and he'll pull it from anywhere, hence the name.
Trigger pulled.
He is the Trigger. So Titus the Trigger makes it a 4-goal lead on IMG, 6-2, 9:28 to play in the half. And we've got a dandy here, folks, for senior night. The clamp, in no particular hurry, adjusting some strings.
I wonder if there was a stick issue, and that's what led to what happened there.
Oh, maybe. That's a good thought.
Because fiddling with that stick as he's coming out. I don't know.
Well, now from a procedure issue.
Maybe I'm making stuff up.
Now what? And the IMG faithful's going nuts.
So I think Cole's asking the referee, I want an explanation.
So Bollettieri's going to take it. The referee tosses out Cole again. So number 7, Holden Carlson, he's going to get around AJ. AJ gives him a whip check, backs him off into the alley. And here comes the defense. Bollettieri's got Peanut. Marichek's got Robo Reese on him. Reese has to negotiate around the referee.
Yeah.
You think you can help us, sir?
We'll give the referee a royal jersey tonight.
My goodness.
Set a beautiful pick there.
He certainly did, and didn't really affect anything. And there's a ball on the outside of the net. Didn't go in, as you would call a mom goal.
I heard a little post.
I think it clanked the post and then just rolled into the triangle there. Here's 32, come ripping. Gavin Harrison says, get it out of here.
The kick save.
Kick save and a beaut.
Looking like Dominic Hasek in there.
Love it. Here comes the pickpocket. He's got Bollettieri, Carter Gregory. He's at the top of the restraining box, and everybody says, let's whoa up a second. Jackson Hyman at the top of the restraining box. Magic. Trigger coming on full tilt. And you don't know the Trigger, but he's got silver shoes and he's getting his power from his hairdo. Ian Long.
It's like jet fuel for his hair.
It must be. It must be.
Got to tell you, Tony, love this crowd at the Reef tonight.
It's
Fence
spectacular.
lined.
We've got some, and there's Carter Gregory.
Oh, what a save.
Goodness gracious, what a save. And there is
just eating that up down low.
And there is number 30, Carl Arantz, and there's Gavin Harrison at the other end says, woo! Get it out of here. This is a goalie clinic, ladies and gentlemen.
My boy making a good save all by himself down there.
Wow.
I think at this point things look a little frazzled. Just want to see Oceanside get possession here, calm down.
There's a little bit of a miss there. Yeah, I think I overcompensated there. A little bit of technical issue on my ears. I'm good.
I think we lost our audio. Yeah, you lost.
I think we're good. Can anybody verify we've got audio? I mean, we've got the little bumper there. All right, well, yeah, I've got nothing.
Everybody at home, stand by with us.
And what do we think then? Testing, testing. We've got some audio. I got it there. I can hear myself. We've got a timeout conveniently. Oceanside takes a timeout so we can deal with our technical problem. So if anybody can verify that we got Scott Cockerill, if you're watching, let us, is the audio okay? My producer at Lake Hartwell.
Testing. See if anybody can comment.
You got audio but low and buzz. Well, everything got wet. Now that's better. I can hear myself.
I got you there.
Let me know when it sounds right, Scotty.
All right, we got a few. We hear yous. Little static. I
think we're going to come around this way, and this is one of those things where you got to do it just right so she likes you. I think that's as good as it's going to get for now.
Well, we'll keep rolling. If you got the static at home, we apologize.
He said my mic's lower than yours.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Scotty, in the truck, otherwise known as the Z Crib on Hartwell. All right, we're back to live action.
We're
Kamikaze,
rolling.
it's going to have to do for now. Kamikaze Costa's got it. He brings it into the zone. He said we're back to normal, and we're back to live lacrosse. Carter Gregory, top. He's fighting through it. Swims over a player. He's got number 38. He takes a hard drive, wide right or wide left.
Just want to say thank you to everybody commenting to us on the comment page. We appreciate it with the audio comments, and we hope you continue to enjoy our broadcast.
Special night. Megan Hamilton says we're good. We're good. There's a little shot in the back there for Kamikaze. Not sure what all happened there, but we've got a transition here. Carter Gregory riding number 13 out of bounds. Did he step out? No, he did not. So that's Dax Morgan. Carter Gregory giving him a ride. I think we got a little bit of rain yet here. We're in kind of a hole in the clouds.
I think we got a little blowing off Mary Poppins up top, too.
Oh, that's what it is.
All right. Timeout. Wow.
Another timeout.
Okay.
This is intense.
Let's give Peanut a little more love here.
All right, so Alex,
he talked about what? He's the bus.
The bus is going to Peanut Scene. I want to read what Coach said about him. Warrior all over the field, bringing the same consistency every day. He doesn't take any days off. The historical leader and for caused turnovers in a season. Raging bull. That's a quote from Coach Tom Harris.
Yeah, gotta like that.
Go back to Caden for a minute.
We'll give him Caden and Thomas's as well.
Yeah, let's see what he said for Caden. I'm sorry, I'm all over Angie here. Lifeblood of the team, bringing energy and vocal leader and an outstanding teammate. The hard hat, they call him. We call him Kamikaze.
We call him Kamikaze.
All right, and one more. Let me do Thomas's. Angie's like, make up your mind, Tony. One of the best when it comes to picking off passes, which is how he got his nickname. Anticipates opponent's next move incredibly well. The king of thieves. He's the pickpocket.
The pickpocket.
Tom's trying to nose in on my ability for the nicknames I gave these kids. So, yeah, all the love, Tom. Appreciate it.
He's avoiding copyright infringement.
That's a fact. That's a fact. There's not going to be any issues there. So, we're back underway. Giacomo has it. Then he hands it off to 32. Tommy Williams drives around, and he's got CJ over there on him. CJ's first appearance tonight. Giving some relief, with the intense back and forth here at 6-2, you wouldn't know it the way the teams are going back and forth. We had a great response to the IMG goal. AJ and Giacomo, this looks like it's going to be a real matchup all night long, huh?
Yeah.
And there is a dart. He gets past AJ, and Giacomo Bollettieri, he drills one from, he was outside the arc.
Yeah, Gav's in a little bit of frozen animation there. I think he's questioning how he didn't see that one coming.
Well, I think he thought his buddy was on him, and it'll be okay.
Well, it was a missile, too, so that doesn't hurt. But, all right, 6-3, 5:29 left in the second. We've got a pretty good fest going on right now. Let's see if we can actually have a spirited face-off, if the referees will allow it.
Yeah, so I guess the technical issues, and it's going to be all Holden Carlson on the dot there, but no. Cole the Clamp says, I want it back.
No give up in Cole.
I want it now. And then he coughs it up down low, and 33 comes running out of there with it. Griffin Vegas, and he's rolling the dice down the field. Almost a pickoff by Peanut, and now we've got 2-on-1 in front with numbers, and that transition was brutal.
That was Hero.
That's right. His name's Hero.
Hero was being a hero
when
there.
your first name is Hero, you don't have a last name.
He doesn't need a last name.
Yeah,
he's like Prince.
Sting.
Right?
Sting, Prince, Hero.
He's just Hero from this point
That's
out.
right. From the Marvel Universe, he comes in, flies in, and gets the goal.
Just great ball movement there on the Ascenders team. Excellent job.
Wow.
Very quick in transition. Oceanside is going to have to make a note of that on the sheet. Realize they have got to be taking that away from this team.
And not only that, but Oceanside is going to have to realize we got a game here. Okay, after putting a 20-6 beatdown on Boiling Springs, this is not that.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be
So senior night, we have to defend the hill, so to speak.
100%.
Or the reef. We have to defend the reef. So AJ working a lot of defense. And like I said, I think this matchup between 33 and 5 is going to be something we see a lot of all night long. Sawyer Arnold, big Sawyer Arnold's going to give him a little shot in the back whether he needs it or not, because that's what Sawyer does. Then he runs into Peanut and says, I need to go the other way. And then they're going to call a slash or a push or something, and we're going to end up man down because either Peanut or Arnold, and it looks like Arnold, is going to direct his way. And there's a flag on the field. They're telling Sawyer he's got to go.
The referee just wants to point and not really talk.
Use your words.
Yeah. This guy's kind of interesting. Anyway.
Not a normal face that we
got a cross-check.
Seen.
I think the trick with 5, Giacomo, man, you got to stay on his hands.
Yeah.
And that's going to be hard because he has got some feet, man.
He has got a motor, that young man.
Moving. But you give him space, he's going to take advantage of it.
All right.
There's an errant pass.
That's going to buy us a little bit of time. The Fortress defense is out there. Thomas the pickpocket, Robo Reese, Gugoots AJ, Andy Jones, and Peanut Seaton. So if you're Gavin, you're feeling pretty good. There's an underhanded, and that goes off of Andy Jones, I think, and Karam's out of bounds. It's backed up, as you would imagine, on a man up.
Yeah, IMG's got a litany of little tricky plays out here.
Yeah, I think there's some sticky things that they're looking at that really have this defense not on their heels, but they have to pay a level of attention that they haven't had to in a few games.
Yeah, it's definitely sticking your
assignments. Oh, Gavin Harrison!
Excellent save there, Tony. They're moving the ball quick.
G Money finds himself right in the pot where he needs to be with a low liner. What a tough shot to defend. There's out here to 19. He's looking to pull the trigger. Robo Reese says, not here.
Reese did a good job not making the big slash, just getting on the hands.
Andy Jones comes in. We're back to full strength.
Yeah,
here comes Titus.
Strength. And probably not a moment too soon.
What an exciting game we have here, ladies and gentlemen, at the Reef at Oceanside Collegiate Academy with the IMG Ascenders coming in to the Reef tonight after a rained short. Now, there's going to be no flag. There's a flag all the way from across the field because Eagle Eye can see it better than the guy standing on top of it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I mean, I'm not going to try to step out of bounds here with my commentary, but this guy is
we're going to have to keep a lid on it here.
Yeah. I don't understand how you have a referee standing on top of the play not blowing a whistle and the guy 3/4 of the way across the field is, but again, he went to LensCrafters today.
So Oceanside is going to go man down again, and that Fortress man down D is going to come into the game. And, you know, I'm not sure what that was. A big collision. I mean, at worst, it looked like it was both parties at fault.
I mean, it's called playing lacrosse.
A no-fault accident, so to speak, right?
Everybody had sticks in their hands. I mean.
So Easton Miller's got it. Feeds it over. Williams, Giacomo. He feeds it over to 14, Kirchmer. Kirchmer's got it. Feeds it back behind. Looks like that's Glowski, and he gets in with it. So Gavin's upset. He wanted that one back. He didn't like it. He didn't like the call.
Well, that was a great roll from back at X, and we just didn't bring the defensive slide to him. So he kind of stayed hugging that crease and had those hands free to the inside. Actually a pretty easy shot, and unfortunately Gav just couldn't get any body or stick on it.
Yeah, we've got well, look, we got a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have to get that sideline up. We're going to have to get the crowd up. And these IMG came here to play as we expected they would.
At 2:30 left in the second. One goal
Clamp
lead.
wins it clean. Dishes it off to Kimker on the other side of the field, giving AJ a rest quickly.
And I think that's what the doctor ordered, Tony, a possession. Like to see Oceanside get this offense established here.
Yeah, we've got to watch those passing lanes. That was almost a pick right there.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, Tony, it looks like this IMG defense is pushing out a little bit more than they were early.
Yeah, I think they sized us up,
Yeah,
and
they're gonna force those accurate passes.
So there's the trigger. He can't get away from 32. Williams. He wheels it behind. Jackson Hyman up to Carter Gregory. Carter makes the move, slides, takes the pick from Zanone. Looks over to the bench. Coach Colin Reich calling out the play. Back off to the O. Hand signals. Everyone on the edge of their seat, if they had a seat. Not a lot of seating here at the Reef, but everybody's on their feet. Back behind to Broman Hollingsworth. Jackson Hyman saw it, didn't like it. The window closed on him before he could pull the trigger. Titus makes a move, gets to his right. He can go any way he wants. Ian Long, Magic Zanone behind the net, pushes it around. Carter Gregory is going to take half a pick, and he goes backwards, upside down, and it doesn't go in. And that
one counts.
A follow-up, almost like kind of a follow-up slam dunk. He missed the first one. He got the second one.
And, Tony, that's a gigantic goal for Carter Gregory because just before that goal, he was tied with his coach, Colin Reich, for most goals in his career at 95, and now he's at 96.
Carter Gregory inks his 96th goal to take the leader, and the student becomes the master over Colin Reich, the coach.
And I'm sure Colin loves to see that record broken right there at that point.
Oh, my God. I'm sure he's ecstatic about it. Carter Gregory, what an effort, following up his own shot. There's IMG with a face-off win. These guys are not going to go away. Holden Carlson, he runs it down. He's going to take a swing at it. A good poke by Peanut Seaton and a foot race to the corner. And Peanut Seaton blasts him out of bounds to take the possession. What an effort.
Nice defense there. And good little double team by Thomas and Peanut working together.
Yeah, I hit you. I don't need anything. I was just excited.
No, it is. It is exciting. I mean, that's defense at its best right there.
So there's a timeout for White.
And that's a very, very good timeout.
Tom Harris, the wily veteran coach, says, I'll take a timeout here. We've got 31.7 seconds left in the half. Angie Gregory has an guardian angel coming in with some sort of quilted vessel.
We have a
stand-in
parka.
She's got a puffer coat on loan.
It's missing several inches of fabric, but but Angie is all happy.
This is the first time she smiled. Her son just broke a record, and she's happier about the coat.
She's having trouble getting this on.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You can't say that on TV.
I can't say that. Here comes the
FCC.
Federal government coming to get me.
Yeah, you can't say that. But
Sorry, everybody. I almost pulled down everything we broadcast on a wire.
Yeah.
All right.
I think
apologies to all. All right, we're going to take Broman off the screen. We'll come back.
Yeah.
I'll do my penance with the government.
That's the first time in 2 years one of us has slipped.
It happened.
It's a slip, not a fall. And we almost had a fall because the entire rig almost came down. Chris got his foot. We're moving around a lot because this game's so exciting, and we're pacing, and we got caught in one of our own wires. Trying to help Angie get warm so we can have picture. All right, we're back to live lacrosse. All business from here on out. Promise. MJ Zanone, over to the trigger. Trigger to Ian Long. Ian Long, under heavy fire, takes a dump there. Pushes over to Carter Gregory. Carter tries to make the dink inside.
What a grab by 18.
What a fantastic Aiden Green.
Then he punts.
He punts it all the way down the field. Gavin Harrison's going to come out and that's going to be the horns out. So
that's the horn.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a half of lacrosse. What can we say?
We are falling apart.
We're going to take a couple of minutes here and re-rig everything we have. Ladies and gentlemen, what we've been through tonight with the rain and the weather and the mast up and the mast down and wet ground and wet electrical connections, we've really got a little bit of a struggle on our hands. So we're going to step out for just a minute. I promise we'll honor all the seniors, but we're going to take a quick break here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Reef at Oceanside Collegiate Academy here in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, on a crazy night, senior night, here at the Academy. It's just, we've got an incredible lacrosse game going, a 2-goal game between Oceanside on top of IMG Academy for the moment. So feel good about that. Angie Gregory is bogarting outerwear from anybody that'll donate it to her so that we can have pictures that don't shake from shivering. We've had technical issues. We've had weather. We've had a magnificent rainbow that I actually got a picture of.
Double.
Yeah, double rainbow.
And a full. You got the full arch.
Yeah, everything but the pot of gold. I can't find that. The boys are excited. This is the matchup that they thought it would be. Last summer, our loggerheads played against the IMG national team at the, I think it was Naples, right? You guys went to Naples and lost a heartbreaker there. So they've got kind of a score to settle because most of this team is loggerheads. So we're going to get back out here. We've got 1 minute on the clock, but it looks like they're moving things along.
Let me get to the comment board here. We got some good ones here. A lot of comments coming in. My daughter, Delaney Harrison, out in Newberry. Jay-Z, Finley, Delaney say go Land Sharks. The Newberry girls contingent taking it in.
Love
Just
it.
Jenny saying let's go Sharks. Congrats to the class of 25.
Body-wise, Megan Hamilton.
We got all our we hear yous. That's when we were doing our sound check. Ryan Carlson doing a great job. The IMG family appreciate you both.
A lot of audio comments.
Yeah, we got a great commentary from Martin Vegas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vegas.
Joanne Maggio, love the commentary. 5 stars.
Outstanding. Happy customers.
Chelsea Griffin, awesome commentary, gentlemen. Amy Flick, great live feed. Thanks so much. Guys, we love the comments. Keep them coming. We're so happy that we can help our Florida people be able to see their sons, grandsons, nephews play. And we're looking forward to a spirited second half here at the Reef.
Yeah, and the IMG faithful traveled well. We've got a good contingent of them here. And we are back out at the dot, 12 minutes on the clock. The clamp, the 7-7 out there. And that looks like it's going to be Carlson comes away with that one. The clamp's trying to run him down. He went to tomahawk him, couldn't quite get it. There's the check that he wanted. Didn't result in a turnover.
Been a good battle of the sevens tonight.
It certainly has. And there is a little bit of an errant coverage mistake there. Rare by Peanut. Didn't have the guy was out there in space. And that was number 14. Kirchmer had no one around him. Fires it wide left. Back out here. We've got an issue. We lost video. I think we still have audio. Something went dark. This has been a nightmare of a night to have this. I'm going to keep talking, assuming that everyone can hear me. Chris is going to quickly get to it. A.J. Zarzako on the coverage there. 14. Kirchmer driving through traffic. Drives one wide left. And here we are again with technical problems. The rain has wreaked havoc on us down here. I don't think it's anything at the top of the mast there. AJ's over here. He's got number 28, Glowski, tracking him down in a purely defensive capacity tonight. Drives it out in front. There's a drive off a body and over the net. 35 took a big rip. That's Easton Miller. AJ's going to bring it in from the baseline, launches it all the way up for Peanut Seaton, has to come back for it just a little bit. He's got heavy traffic. He's going to take the half line. He takes a shot in the head, and there's the laundry. He takes another shot, and he's going to drive down. People are finding out how hard it is to separate Peanut Seaton from the ball. We're going to still work on wires. There's not a ton. We're trying to figure that out. We're still dark. But again, assuming the audio is going through, I'm going to keep narrating the game. So the audio's good. So this is what it was like in the days of radio before we had live streaming YouTube. Chris is working feverishly to solve our issue. The ball's inbounded. Trigger's got it. Over to the side. Carter Gregory. Over to A.J. Zarzaka. Back to Jackson Hyman. This is the man-up offense. A.J. Jackson. Big rip. Wide right. Jackson's dialing in the range. Having a little trouble finding it. Just needs the opportunities. Ball's inbounded. From behind, Jackson Hyman over to A.J. A.J. Cash Money. Carter Gregory. Trigger. A.J. Ian Long. A.J. to Ian Long. And he puts a beautiful roller in under. And that is his hat trick. The freshman gets his ninth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, ninth hat trick of the season. I think it's 9. What a fantastic effort. What a fantastic effort by the freshman. And we are in real trouble here with our video feed. Something has gone horribly awry. And we have no way to find out what that is. So the ball is off. The 7 comes away with it. That's Carlson. Carlson drives it in front, and there's a goal. They answer immediately. Number 26 from Carlson to, I don't have a 26 on my roster. Is it? Am I sure it's 26? I can't tell. Well, nonetheless, maybe it was 32. So that would be Tommy Williams coming away with it. And the coach is working feverishly. This is like a NASCAR pit stop, trying to figure out what went wrong with the video feed. So we can't quite figure out what's going on with the feed. We've got the ball live. A.J. flips it to Ian Long. Ian Long back to Jackson Hyman all the way out at the O. He's being covered close. These IMG defenders are fearless for how far out they will come. Carter Gregory comes in. And again, sorry for the technical problems, folks. The feed is dark. The radio is working. So we're taking what we got, and we're going to roll with that. There's a great save in front by the goaltender, and that is 66, Christian Caldoni. That's going to be Oceanside ball. And I don't know if we got something wet up in the camera or what. Again, working feverishly. How about the lens cap? The shutter. Ball cycling around. Jackson Hyman's got it up high. Long one-hop pass over to the Trigger. Trigger looking in. He's got something he likes, and he drills it right into the goaltender's cross. The goaltender had good coverage on that post. So great coverage by Christian Caldroni. I'm thinking that's the name. I hope I'm saying it right. Here comes 32 storming down. Tommy Williams comes storming down, and he gets one past Harrison, and we've got an 8-7 game with 8:51 to play in the third. The Land Sharks on senior night are in a dogfight. Sharks and the Ascenders are coming hard at the coming hard here at the goal mouths on both ends. End-to-end exciting lacrosse. We will bring it back to you live in picture as soon as we possibly can. We're changing some cables here. So the production crew is working hard, and by that I mean Chris, and everybody's watching him. We've got an HDMI cable change. So we've got a little bit of holdup out at the dot. We've got an 8-7 game, 8:48 to play. The referees have got everything stopped. There seems to be some sort of caucus. The picture is back. So we are back in business and going up on the mast. So an outstanding effort by the coach, Chris Harrison, who's moonlighting as the production. You got to get this tied in on to take the weight off it. So bring it back down. So sorry, folks, again. We're doing the very best we can for a couple of amateurs. And the coach has got a cable change that seemed to be what the doctor ordered. So now we've got AJ on the near wing, Peanut on the far wing. The starters are in a dogfight here. Cole the Clamp sizing up against this outstanding matchup with Holden Carlson. Cole's trying to get it out. Somebody did something wrong, and it's going to be Oceanside ball. AJ's going to bring it into the zone. It's whistled live. AJ goes in, catches the edge of the box. He was under heavy pressure from 33, Griffin Vegas. God, I love that name. Carter Gregory waiting for the proper regimen of offensive firepower to hit the field. Here comes the trigger. One offense is on. Trigger going left, coming back right. He's got a face full of Griffin Vegas. Carter Gregory, no love on this side, pushes it back around. Jackson Hyman had it and didn't pull the trigger on it. He gets a shot in, and Caldera, if I can't remember, Caldroni pushes that off the side. Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Caldroni. The ball is up. There's a lot of action by the net. It comes down the trigger. Jackson Hyman's got it. The trigger winds, fires against the net. Yahtzee! Oceanside Collegiate Academy gets the 9th goal of the night. They just kept in firing and firing and firing, and they just wouldn't give up. Chris, what an outstanding effort.
I think we had a cable go bad in the rain there or something.
Yeah, something went sideways there. Thank you so much to our viewing on behalf of the entire audience. Thank you.
Where are we at score? 9-7?
We are 9-7 on the score. We got 7:01 left in the third. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean that was like a NASCAR pit stop where we had to change, like all the tires in real time here. So the battle on the face-off dot, if that was the only thing we chronicled tonight, it would be exciting. Cole the Clamp, the freshman, just got his hands full, and there's going to be a timeout, maybe, or no? They're just going to give it to push with possession. These two teams are at it hammer and tongue, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the best in high school lacrosse looks like. Oceanside up 9-7, 2-goal game, 6:30 to go in the third. AJ Zarzaka back behind the net. Goes right, goes left, gives him a shot. At some point he's going to be looking for a long pole. Back from his old days. Carson Arnold, he's going matching feet in behind, and that's an errant pass, and that's going to be an Oceanside ball. Andy Jones on the coverage. Now they're calling it an Oceanside tip. I'll tell you what, these referees, again, we got to keep it impartial here, but it's just from both sides of the fan base, it just doesn't seem to be any consistency to what's going on. One ref says one thing, another ref says another. Now we've got a ref over by the players' box asking questions.
I feel like we need a caucus.
We do need a caucus. Possibly a convention?
Maybe.
Huh. So no one can decide. It is now overruled. No, it's not. So it's going to be a sender's ball. And there, Gavin Harrison. He looks for his buddy A.J. Zarzaka, throws it to him in traffic. I think he just hung his buddy A.J. out to dry. A.J. gets pistol whipped on the way by. He's going to get a penalty for that slash. And what a heady play by Andy Jones. We get the free play because A.J. took the slash in the back.
And then Andy Jones does a little hockey maneuver, just moving the ball into the zone to Peanut forward to keep possession.
Yeah, that was the equivalent of bouncing it off the boards around the defender, right?
Yeah, just beautiful. And now we get a free play.
What an outstanding effort here. The trigger comes trotting on. There's another flag. Are we offsides?
If we were offsides,
They'd be whistling it
they'd
dead,
be
right?
whistling it dead. So,
maybe that referee over there
I think
just
I think he just advanced his flag.
So he's playing bocce.
He doesn't want to go back and get it. Brought it with him.
Wow, what a game. Goodness gracious. Carter Gregory. Jackson Hyman gets the twine.
Oh.
All the finest meats and cheeses for my men, he says.
You don't want to be the back of that goal on that shot.
He just ripped it to shreds.
What a rocket. So Jackson Hyman doing what he does with the score. And last game, he scored his 50th career goal, so he's padding that total tonight. Congrats to Jackson. I know he's got some other accomplishments here on the Oceanside record books. Nice to see him add to that 50-plus total.
What a fantastic night. Oceanside 10-7. Look, this game's a long way. We got a lot of lacrosse yet to play here, Coach.
I feel like we've been through 7 games tonight, Tony.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm looking for another girls' game to call for this kind of stress.
I mean, here we go. Another disagreement.
So the referees cannot decide what they want to do, but they're going to hand the ball to Gagoots, and Gagoots is going to say thank you.
One thing I will say, Tony, I don't recognize this crew.
I don't either, and that's what I said, that these are not familiar faces that we are used to seeing, which is fine.
Oh, it's definitely fine.
It's just a little odd. They've been under duress. They had a hard night, a lot of rain. I don't know. These guys, well, there's a whole different crew for the girls game,
and it's a full moon tomorrow, so that may have something to do with it.
And it could. It certainly could. So
do we have a goalie change in there for
IMG? AJ looking for the feed. He gets to Ian, and Ian sells it. Can't get it. The goaltender stands tall. AJ couldn't have got a better feed. We may have, but
I think that's Christian Caldroni in goal
he's been playing. He's been standing on his head back there, Coach.
I only noticed because there's a little more space between the top of his hat and the top of the goal.
Yeah, and there's a tic-tac-toe move that couldn't find MJ. The man-up machine is out there, and Carter Gregory, out of frustration, rips one.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to let her go.
So, AJ up top, back to the trigger. The trigger likes it, and this goaltender, Caldroni, he puts his face in front of it.
And he did everything to chase that ball down for the backup. Just falling short.
Wow. And there we're back to full strength. Here comes the man in out of the box.
Good on Jackson holding off on that pass. Your boy's going to trot off.
And we're going to get Brody come back in here. And the bro man is going to make his way to his office under the goalpost. He'll probably take a pit stop up top. Nope, he's going right for the cage. So Carter Gregory's got the wheels turning. Man, he's fast. He gets it, he finds it, and he shoots across his body. Caldroni gets a piece of it, and I'll bet he had to, because from our vantage point, that would have caught pipe.
Yeah, just that core strength that goes into that shot when you're turning and running like that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, with 1 foot off the ground. Jackson Hyman taking heavy fire from number 30. That is Carl Adrance.
That was about 3-4 feet above. Just got a little too much mustard under that.
So Adrance was successful on the defense there. Ian Long's got it. He's bouncing back around, trying to find somewhere to go with it. He's got the trigger standing out here, and then he drops the ball.
Cleaned up his mess.
That is an odd he did clean up his mess, but that's an odd mistake for him. Carter Gregory standing out in left field all the way by himself. Ardress, he gets around that. Back Brody. Jackson Hyman airmails one.
Just to the left. Good ball movement there, getting to the open man.
So Carter Gregory under the goal post. He's dancing around. This defense is, I mean, they're on our guys like tighter than 2 coats of paint. And there's a great shot, a turnaround ripper, and Caldroni's got it dialed in.
Yeah, I don't think Titus got as much on that as he wanted to.
So moving left to right there in front of the goal mouth, and now it's going to be IMG down our end, and here they come.
Well, the defense definitely had a good few moments to catch their breath there.
So Griffin, here comes AJ in relief for the defense. And it's going to come up top. Dax Morgan.
Great substituting by Oceanside there through the midfield to get AJ into the play quick.
Pushes it over to Maricek. Maricek over here to Tommy Williams. That's Giacomo. And Giacomo says, I'm going to turn it over. Gavin's being harassed. He drops the ball behind. Now he's got to get it out, and that's going to be an in and out of the crease violation. It's going to be a turnover, and the defense has to reset. So Gavin Harrison with a little bobble there taking care of the rock, puts it on the ground behind the net, gets it in and out. They missed the cutter there, but it was there, and there goes Andy Jones. Andy Jones, he gets chopped at. He does another sweep to get it across over to Ian Long. Ian's tied up immediately between two blue jerseys, and the fight is on for the ball. Ian comes out of it. The freshman wings it up to MJ, and everybody stops and takes a breath.
So, Tony, for all the young boys at home watching lacrosse, if you want to see how to field a ground ball, look at what Ian Long did right there. That's how you get low on a ground ball.
Low and dirty, right?
Dirty knuckles. That's how we used to teach it back when the kids were young. Beautiful ground ball by Ian there.
And that's going to be a timeout. I'm not sure why. It says IMG has 3 timeouts, but who knows with our...
We don't even pay attention to that.
We can't even look at that, but there's 1 minute left in the quarter.
We got to hit some seniors here,
We do have to get some seniors. So fire one up, and I am ready to go.
All right, let's go with our boy Carter.
Carter Cash Money Gregory. What do you say about this young man? We've been, once again, all these kids have played together, with the exception of Caden, who came in a little later. All these kids have played together since they were 10, 11 years old. Carter Gregory, 3-year captain. He's going to Clemson. My understanding is he's intending to play ball there. He's going to play lacrosse there. His favorite memory was playing in the Champions Challenge his freshman year. Tom Harris says about his boy, leader in points and assists, quarterback of the offense for the last 3 years. He is Showtime. So, once again, my nickname's better. He's Cash Money. All love to you, Tom, but I'll keep the nicknames going. So
it's our broadcast.
It's our broadcast, right. You do what you do, and you're doing it well. So, Cash Money, Carter Gregory, headed to be a Clemson Tiger. Couldn't be prouder of that young man. Landshark Nation is proud. And with that, Carter Gregory will bring the ball in.
And, Tony, I just want to give you a shout-out, continuing the commentary through all that video BS we had going.
Dude, I'm locked in.
I'm sure the people at home appreciated that, too.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's back to the days of radio.
That's
there
right.
almost.
That's right. Everybody would gather around the radio. So Carter Gregory is staring at a whole bunch of Frankie Crescenzi, 38. Frankie Crescenzi. Oh, Frankie. Cheech, we would call him in Italian. Cheech.
If Frankie's parents are listening, we love you.
Absolutely. Look, I love this IMG roster. There's a lot of fouls, and there's a low shot. Carter Gregory was dancing around, and he couldn't find a way to put it, so he says, I'll roll it down low if nobody's going to let me rip. He had his hands free. He just had a bunch of people in front.
Oceanside working this last shot of the quarter, 20 seconds left for those at home.
It's been a strength, and there's it out. Oh, I thought Jackson Hyman was going to airmail one from out deep. Carter Gregory looking forward. He gets it in front of MJ Magic Zanone.
My Lord.
Yahtzee.
That feed off the charts.
Wow.
Off the charts.
And that brings us to a 4-goal lead with 9.6 seconds left to go. And what do you say? So Carter gets his third assist of the game. He's got 1 goal, but he's got the hat trick on the assist.
Well, let me tell you, that we'll
call it a assist.
Yeah, we'll take those. That is it's like X-ray vision finding that feed there. Just unbelievable, running away from goal and seeing that.
What a fantastic game we have here. The clamp comes away with it. Pushes out to Carter. Ian Long gets one with 1.3 seconds. AJ to Carter to Ian, and they have just made every attempt to break the back of IMG before the quarter ends here.
We should be able to give 2 assists in lacrosse. That one deserved it. Just unbelievable.
AJ said if there was a hockey assist, he would have it.
Just beautiful work there by these boys. Nice job.
What a feed. What a feed. And the boys are moving, and they are feeling it. Oceanside, and this is what we see when they get in these tight games. They start to find themselves, and they just start feeling it. Do you feel it? I feel it. So there's a
the face-off boys decide to call it even on that one.
Yeah, the face-off boys said, I'm going to the bench.
Yeah, I wonder if they chatted about that. I don't know.
So we're going to have a break in the action here for the quarter. I haven't done any sponsors yet, so I'm going to spit those out while you're doing
Yeah, why don't we get them? Because if it wasn't for our sponsors, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing here.
That's right. So thank you to everybody that makes Oceanside Lacrosse possible. I want to thank Christina Brown, our principal, Mark Meyer, our athletic director, Brooks Barano. Brooks was working a yeoman's job out here dealing with this rain delay.
He was yelling at all of us to get off the field, and everybody's just kind of looking at him like, but it's senior night.
It's senior night, right? And Brooks was, just so Christina, Mark, if you're listening, Brooks was a soldier here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. My image for our sponsors is missing in my list.
That's all right.
You're going to have to do them off the top of your head, my friend.
That's all right. Put the seniors up there, and then I'll call it the sponsors.
We'll put the senior picture up.
So, the sponsors, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing of Charleston. For all your residential and light commercial plumbing needs, call the pros because you deserve the best. Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. Bowline Wealth Management, Coastal Millwork and Supply, Fast Trans Intermodal, Longshore Boats. Now, Tracy Meredith tells me every day is a boat day.
Oh, boy. I don't know about that.
Good luck today.
I mean, if you're selling boats, I guess that's true.
She texted me that yesterday when I said today not a boat day.
Yeah.
So every week, every game, ladies and gentlemen, when we do the sponsors and I get to Longshore Boats, Chris and I joke about the Meredith family. Go see the Meredith family. Get yourself a boat. They got plenty in stock and great service. McDonald's Saltwater Rides. Angie said, get out of my spot.
She's going to hit you with one of those gloves.
We're going to get back to the whole sponsor thing fell apart. We're going to play lacrosse instead.
Yeah.
It was all because of the Merediths and the boat discussion.
We give our sponsors lots of love.
The Clamp comes away with it, and he comes ripping down the field. MJ Zanone puts one on, and I'll tell you what, this goaltender, my goodness. I don't know, I think I lost my lucky roster.
Yeah, Christian Caldroni.
Oh, no, here it is. This is like the Shroud of Turin.
My friend, we're lucky this paper's holding together.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if it made it through tonight, it's making it through the playoffs. All right, so Christian does a great job in net. This young man is standing on his head, and he is under heavy fire.
And he's coming in after halftime.
That's right. All right, number one offense on the field. Let's get it going. Titus says, I'm going to run down here with my yellow hair, and you can't stop me.
That hair gives him special powers.
You would think Ian gets 3 guys. He gets triple team. That means that somebody's standing by themselves. And Caldroni just stares down the trigger. This kid's got ice water in his veins.
He just says no.
Yeah. And here comes one. I'm going to protect Angie if it hits us.
Coming in hot.
It's coming in hot. It's coming in hot. And that was...
We want to thank number 32 there, Tommy Williams.
Tommy Williams, thank you.
Saving the camera rig.
My man. He pulls up short before he bowls my scrawny behind over. Well, I'm not scrawny. That's a lie. Magic Zanone.
You beat me to it, Tony.
Yeah, I know. I knew it was coming. Carter Gregory staring down Tommy Williams. Pushes it out. Liam Rosebach makes his, what a good move. He doesn't get a lot of mustard on the shot, but what an effort trying to find the shot.
Caldroni just doing what he does in there, and that's stop balls.
This young man is something. Now, let's see how he does with the clear.
Do we have a save count on Caldroni?
Yeah, I don't think the statistician department is going to.
Yeah,
you're lucky you didn't get smacked.
Our statistician says at least 10, and that doesn't surprise me. That boy is doing a yeoman's job back there.
Yeah, and he's done it in the last, 14 minutes.
So 10:21 left in the fourth. Oceanside with a 5-goal lead. Tony going to have a refreshment for his voice.
Oh, my goodness.
What a snag there by Carter Gregory Lowe.
This weather is not good for the voice.
It's what a crazy night, right?
Weird. No bugs, though.
Well, got to be something good.
So always a trade-off.
63 degrees.
Angie said she'll take the bugs if it was warm.
I just love that Angie's got gloves on and it's 63 degrees.
Right. All right, so the offense comes on, and it looks like Oceanside's taking a breath for giving that one offense a breather. So Liam Rosebach, a little one-leg stutter. I'd say it's a stutter step. It was a stutter hop. Ian gets the feed in front, comes in. Caldroni answers the call again. Caden Costa, the kamikaze, comes out with it. He's taking heavy fire.
Plucking that
There's
off
the
turf.
flag comes out. Caden's going to draw the penalty, which means the man-up machine's coming out.
Doing the dirty work.
Gritty play by these Land Sharks.
It's a ground ball like that helps win a game. Nice job.
Rocking around the net. Broman Hollingsworth pushes it over to MJ. Dr. Seuss cleats at work. Can hardly see him. It bounces around the crease. It's all over the place. Nobody's picking it up. MJ comes out with it inexplicably. He fires it all the way across. Finn Wagner grabs it. This is our free play, and Caldroni just vacuums it up. Now, neither of those shots had a lot of mustard on them, but they were well placed. And
so is Caldroni at 15 now?
He's got to be. I mean, he just keeps.
He just made 4 right there, didn't he?
Easily.
I mean, just playing off the wall.
Easily. All right, so there's going to be a penalty, and that's going to be Kirchmer, one of their big guns. Oh, no, that's 30 kneeling down. So Kirchmer's just coming out of the game. So that's Carl Arantz, and he's been a really active defender. I mean, that young man's been pretty stout back there. So that's going to be a big loss for them.
This whole team's been defending actively. It's been no points have been easy, that's for sure.
So the man-up machine is out there. Over to AJ. Over to Jackson Hyman. Can't find a shot. Doesn't like it. Carter Gregory. He's got MJ bouncing around the middle. IMG's got the little fortress of their own out there. Big boys out there. Good feet. Look at the feet coming in. AJ gets the bobble. He hits a stick.
Cleans up the mess. That's all that matters.
Right, no problem. Hustles after it. And the boys are swinging it. About a third rotation we've been through here. Nobody can find a shot they like. They're content. They're patient. Patience is going to run out because
Caldroni.
Ian Long says, I'm going to shoot it, but Caldroni says, you better bring it better than that. Off we go. Can't see the number on that young man, but he is hauling up the sideline. That's 12. That's Ellis Titus.
Ball hits the dirt. Thomas just digging a low pass out there. Nice
there was
job.
A whip check backwards there. He gets around it. Titus cannot take a break there because the defenders are just swarming this IMG defense. 12-7, 7 minutes to go in the game. Oceanside on top. Senior night. Trying to go out a winner and give these seniors a huge win to close their regular season careers. Oh, Ian Long was coming in like a dart, and Brody just couldn't quite get it to him. And there's Jackson Hyman says, I'll throw the darts. So the boys are going to bring it in from the baseline. Carter Gregory up under the goalpost. There's a stick around the neck, no call. Pushes it out, Titus, and Titus gets the twine. That's 4 for Titus, the trigger tonight. And the trigger's going off like a trip hammer.
Vibing with that hair.
4 goals.
We lost our generator in the background.
Yeah, that might have been some of the background noise that everybody's been hearing. I forgot. As soon as it went off, I said, boy, it got quiet.
Yeah.
There's an ice cream truck here. Angie was just saying how she'd like some shaved ice.
Be perfect right now.
So the clamp out on the dot, 6:38 to go. Couple sprinkles still falling here at the Reef on a crazy weather senior night. 32 gets undressed. He gets yard sailed.
Well,
Charlie.
That's a caused turnover by Peanut Seaton. He hit 100 caused turnovers last game, and he's certainly added to that total today. Congrats to him.
Kimpker takes a nice shot from 14. Jack Kersmer pushes it in. Finn. Brody Hollingsworth, the double deuce, makes him pay. Brody doing the work down low on the crease. So the senior Broman, Brody Hollingsworth, dots his eye.
All right, let's give our scorer some love, Tony.
So Brody Hollingsworth, I'm going to look over your shoulder, Angie. You don't have to get out of the way. Brody Hollingsworth, what do you say about Brody Hollingsworth? I mean, Brody, started off, he was the last to kind of grow. I mean, as far as tall, he's going to be last. But, Brody was tiny for the longest time. We didn't think he was ever going to get bigger. And then all of a sudden he sprouted up. But he always did the gritty work. It's a different game with Brody in the game. He's so savvy. We missed him terribly earlier in the year. So Brody's going to go to Clemson. Is he going to room with Carter? They haven't decided yet. So Brody and Carter are going to Clemson. He's going to major in business. His favorite memory was getting to play with his brother his freshman year. And that was pretty special.
Awesome.
When you saw Baker, and if you're listening, Bakes, we love you. When you saw Baker and Brody play, and especially when Baker wanted to fight the other team when his brother got cross-checked, okay, Baker would fight the world for Brody. And there's so much love to the Hollingsworth family. We love you, Brody, and Land Shark Nation is proud of you, son. So,
we got 2 more seniors in our lineup to talk about. We'll get them here before the end of the game.
You got to think we're going to have at least one more timeout at some point, right? Yeah. And then, I don't know. Maybe we'll get a referee caucus.
If we don't fit them in, we're going to be in trouble because these 2 seniors are extra special.
Yeah, yes, they are. So, and that's just the benefit of having the dads do the broadcast. So we've got our boys coming in last. Cole gets the clamp. He runs off. AJ goes down, gets the touch. Peanut Seaton wants pole goal. He wants his senior night goal. AJ Zarzaka is going to be looking for his. Now he's going to wheel off. Tom's not going to let him stay out there. Everybody's playing a role, so. MJ Magic Zanone moving Susical. Caden Costa looming. Finn Wagner. He gets a nice. Caden tries to sell the penalty, can't sell it.
Oh,
and there's an errant pass from Finn to Ian or Liam. If
you're combining the few names there.
If Ian and Liam, they're Iam. Okay, so you got that. So Peanut Seaton running down, and that is Tommy Williams. He's a player.
Boy's got wheels.
Boy, he's got feet, wheels, size.
He was just taking fire from the defense there as he's running.
Yeah, so 5 minutes to go. Ball's going to come in. Marichek's got it up here in the alley. Bollettieri checks in. Pushes it around the horn. Williams is running off. Not sure what they're doing. A little change in pace there. Griffin Vegas comes on.
We had the Vegas family checking in with us on the comment board.
Appreciate y'all. AJ back behind the net. There comes one in front. Gavin Harrison says, get it out of here.
Oh.
And there is a high-low. Thomas goes down low.
It was like a slide tackle.
Yeah, Bollettieri goes feet over tin cups there. Thomas, the pickpocket, puts an end to all of it.
How does that kid see the ball like that? Just incredible.
Well, the eye-hand coordination, his ability to get a stick on it.
Played a lot of Nintendo.
I guess.
I think we got a warding call there.
So it's going to be, I thought they were going to call a slash. Thomas was getting chopped at like Paul Bunyan. 19 pulling in.
Well, Thomas
Marashek
says
backing
that
in.
ball was mine. I'm taking it back. Liam picks it up for him.
Liam is regretting his decision to do that. Okay. Kirchmer comes outside. Athletic move.
Got some love on the train horn by someone pulling out.
Honk, honk. All right. So it's out here with Marashek. Marashek with Rosebach on him. Rosebach gets run by. Sorry, Liam. Thomas says enough's enough. Gavin Harrison says, I'm going to be in charge. Gavin puts a man on his butt. Gavin Harrison.
Gavin says, I'm part of the defense.
I'm part of the defense, and I'm cleaning my doorstep, and I'm taking it out. Robo Reese backing off Kirchmer.
3 minutes
pushes
left
it over to
for those at home.
Bollettieri, Liam Rosebach. Liam gets turnstiled. Bollettieri fires one in, and Gavin says, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. AJ takes a shot behind the play from 19. Marashek gives AJ a shot for no good reason. There's a shot across the goal mouth. Brody goes in and out. And the saves are the goaltending in this game. Now it's getting chippy.
Yeah, I think the refs are, they had to blow the whistle there because we had a flag down, but it's a good time for a stoppage.
All right, hurry up. Get a senior up there.
Oh, let's get a senior up.
Because they're going to talk about it. Are we ready to go?
We're ready to go.
We're going to get in so much trouble.
Of course, this is going to be the slow start.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you were
Really, we should have put the
you were
senior
off
up.
base there. I mean, this guy's
Come on.
that guy's got 2 knee braces on. He's not going anywhere fast.
Oh,
I mean,
last game of the regular season. Gotta love it.
We're getting loopy. AJ's going to bring it down.
Well, we've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes, Tony.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's a day.
We got to get a little grace. All the way back up, over to A.J. Zarzaka. A.J. coming in, wheels it over to Jackson Hyman. Jackson Hyman surveying, pushes it back to Ian. Ian pushes it back to Trigger. Trigger to A.J. A.J. to Hyman. Hyman takes a big rip and finds the twine. That's doubling down. Jackson Hyman. And he was staring down Dax Morgan there, and he just ripped it.
Jackson feeling it tonight.
And I got to tell you, I mean, none of this, the fact that they're down by 8 goals, I mean, this Christian Caldroni, what a goaltender. I mean, at some point, how much fire are you supposed to take? It's a game of averages.
This kid's been standing in there tough.
Wow. So the Clamp is going to wrestle for it. He comes away with it clean. Dishes it off to Peanut Seaton. Peanut Seaton thinking about his senior night pole goal. He's going to want to hang around the established offense.
Nope.
No.
Go back to your home, Peanut.
And AJ, Peanut and AJ, they're going to have to go off. No scoring chance for you two. Everybody does their job on this team. It's unselfish. Caden Costa comes lumbering in from the sideline. Finn Wagner under the light post. Ian Long down low. Here comes Rosebach. The youngsters are on the field. Rosebach turns on the Jets. He goes right. He goes left. Costa takes a peek one way or the other. He's got that wing out there. Doesn't get a ward. Careful about it. Pushes it over to Finn. Finn does a little dance. Rosebach does a little dance. He gets by left, right, tries to get away from the pole, can't do it. MJ Zanone up top. MJ says, I'm going to do a little dance. Hee. And then he goes over to the side, dishes it off.
It's getting crazy. Under a minute here, 51 seconds left.
Caden Costa ticking it down. It would appear Costa bowls through one, and Bollettieri's just giving him the business, doing anything he can do. There's tomahawks flying. The ball's out. Caldera's got it. One last chance for the IMG Academy Ascenders. Rosebach runs it down. Bollettieri's got it in. He's going to swim past Rosebach, no problem. pushes it in, and there's one last goal, a breakdown in transition, and the IMG Ascenders bring it to 15-8 with 17 seconds left to go. So, I submit to you, put the seniors up.
There we go.
All right.
This one you know well.
I know this boy well. AJ Zarzaka, Gagoots. He's a 4-year guy. He's been a 3-year captain. He's a dual sport athlete. He holds 2 football state championship rings. He won the Hart Award at the state championship banquet. He's going to South Carolina to play with Drew Gregory for the Gamecocks and with a bunch of his friends. We love you, son. We are proud of you, and thank you, Tom, for your faith in our boy. And we can't wait to see the rest of this run as the IMG says that we're not going to go quietly into that good night. And with 0.1 seconds left, they get their 9th tally of the day, and they call it good. And the one last senior, Gavin Harrison, your boy, he's going to Georgia Southern. What do we say about Gavin? He did his time. He bided his time. He waited behind the double sevens. He waited behind Drew Gregory.
He changed his position.
He changed his position twice, not once but twice. He has honed his craft. He split time on the club circuit with other goaltenders, waited for his turn, and your son, our Gavin Harrison, has done nothing but carry this team when they needed him. He has been a wall. He has had his head right, and we could not be prouder of that young man. We wish him well at Georgia Southern. His favorite memory is switching his position to defensive midi.
And that's the kind of guy he is. He thinks about what he can give to the team. And, you know, in that year in particular, it was we need extra bodies on the field. Who's going to do it? And he said, I'll do it.
Right. He just volunteers for it. It gets him on the field. Tom Harris says playing the best lacrosse of his life right now. Tremendous stopper with calming presence. Not sure I'm all the way there.
I don't know about the calm.
I don't know about that. For the defense and to feel confident. He calls him Yoda. So Gavin has been G-Money since we've known him. He has never been more money than he has been in the last 12 games. And we're proud of you. Land Shark Nation is proud of each and every one of these seniors.
Why don't you read AJ's little coach tidbit there as well, because we had to cut him a little short.
Coach Tom Harris says, Swiss Army knife transition midfielder who transformed the team to success, the Leatherman. Tom, you got a little choked up there, buddy, I got to tell you. Appreciate that. You love every one of these boys. Sometimes it's tough. You know, you got to be tough on them. Other times, you know, it's been a lot of happiness. This has been a year that we fulfill the prophecy. I said it on opening night. I'm going to continue to say it. These boys are on a mission. Tonight you saw it live and in living color against arguably, with the exception of Lampert, maybe the best team we've played all year. And I think if we get that Lampert game back, it turns out more like this. And certainly if we get a couple of those other games back.
Yeah, these boys, you know, we've had a lot of games since in this season, and I know consistently these boys say to me, we would love to be playing Mill Creek again. That Mill Creek game, that was just
the one
a great
that got
lacrosse
away.
game, and it was a one-goal game. They want that one back big time. And, you know, definitely they would do anything to play their crosstown rival Beckham again. That was a tough one, first game of the season. Just proud of this team, proud of these boys. You know, tonight's senior night, it's been a lot about our seniors, and they deserve it. They've been an amazing leadership group for this team this year, and this year's juniors are going to have some big shoes to fill with these guys walking out the door.
And I think they're up for it. When you look at the underclassmen presence on this team, the MJ Zanones, the Jackson Hymans, you know, again, tonight's all about the seniors, and rightfully so, but we call these other names. Look at the freshman class that we have.
Definitely.
The sophomores that contribute. This team is built for success, and it's built for the long run. It was decimated by COVID. You know, we had issues with the school and enrollment complications because there was never any real substance to it, but we had enrollment complications due to our model through no fault of our own. And Tom Harris took it in stride. He put the best product on the field he could, and when it came time to plan for this year, the stars align, the right players are here, the roster's as big as it's ever been, and we are ready to roll into the playoffs here, Chris. We have just done our last regular season game.
The playoff
for our
march
boy.
begins.
And the road to state is a hard one. We can easily sit here and say we are the number one team in South Carolina. We can easily sit here and say that there should be nothing to stop us but ourselves. But the playoffs are the playoffs.
You got to play the game, right? You
And-
have to play the game. You've seen it plenty of times in college sports, professional sports. The big favorite,
Yeah, look at Clemson in the tournament.
down goes Frazier.
I mean-
It happens, and it's going to be the stick-to-itiveness of this team, the perseverance. I would like to say we're playing on all cylinders right now, and we just need all that to continue.
Is it selfish of me to wish we didn't have a week off?
Tony, I saw that week off on the calendar. It really bothers me. Again, scheduling is what it is, but we're going to have to do a lot to keep this team sharp over this next.
It's team's resilient.
It's almost 10 days off, right?
It is.
If you think about it.
Because you got to go to Tuesday before the playoffs start.
And that's you got to keep your focus. You're right, though. This team is the different team than the first 3-4 games, and I think this is a team that's going to handle that time off in stride. They know what the goal is, and now the march to that really, truly begins.
The good news is they feel invincible. The bad news is they feel invincible.
Right. Double-edged sword, as they say, right?
Yeah, so, well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a magnificently special night. Thank you to everyone who made this possible. The rain was crazy. It's a night we'll remember for sure.
Definitely.
We won't remember maybe you don't remember some of the details of the beautiful picturesque night, but we will remember taking the picture with our kids drenched to the skin in the monsoon here at the Reef at Oceanside Collegiate Academy. Thank you to everyone.
So many kind voices, by the way, from the IMG family on the message board. We just want to say thank you so much. Again, we're two dads. We do this for fun. We do our best to call it even. Obviously, we've got sons playing. We've got, adopted sons playing, everything else. We're partial to our boys, but thank you for tuning in, and we're glad we could bring your sons playing some excellent lacrosse to your TV screen.
Absolutely. I got nothing to add there. So everyone out of Landshark Nation, we are out for almost 10 days. We will be back here at the Reef Tuesday the 23rd.
I believe
it's Tuesday the 23rd. We will be here Tuesday the 23rd for the very first playoff game. I think it's safe to say we have home field for a while. We're the number one team. I can't imagine we're not getting the number one seed.
I did hear a rumor that we may not, but that's just how it works. We'll see what happens when it actually comes out.
Yeah, but either way, we'll host the first round.
We should.
So I don't think anything stops that. So our first playoff game broadcast will be on the 23rd, likely at 7 o'clock-ish. There'll be more to follow on the message boards when that time comes. So, partner,
hopefully you'll get us for 3 more games, right?
My man, it's been a pleasure for the regular season. Let's close this out, and the road to state begins tonight.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.